Excellencies, we will make a start very soon. We have a very heavy agenda this afternoon, so we would like to start on time and finish on time. We'll resume very soon. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, may I resume our meeting this afternoon? We will now move to agenda item 4, strengthening regional cooperation to address environment and development challenges, modalities and emerging areas of cooperation. The background information for this agenda item is provided in document ESCAP/CED 8/5. The discussion under agenda item 4 will be facilitated in two parts. The first part will highlight initiatives that strengthen regional cooperation on environment and development challenges facing the region. The second part will focus on the challenges and opportunities for strengthening regional cooperation on the water-related climate risks, facilitated by a moderated panel of experts. Delegations will be invited to make interventions after each segment of this agenda item, following which, as before, I will open the floor for country and stakeholder statements. Document ESCAP/CED 8/5 includes 2 recommendations and 3 draft decisions which are proposed for adoption by the committee. As for the previous agenda items, after statements are delivered, I will draw your attention to these draft recommendations and decisions for consideration. The committee will then discuss and agree on these and on my additional recommendation or decisions member states may propose. As we start the agenda item, I would like to invite the technicians to show a short video prepared by the Secretariat. Thank you. Now I invite Mr. Sang-Min Nam, Director, Environment and Development Division, ESCAP, for a brief presentation on the background of this roundtable discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, distinguished delegate. This presentation will provide the highlights of a background document ESCAP/CED 8/5. Strengthening regional cooperation to address environment and development challenges, modalities, and emerging areas of cooperation. The document takes a deeper look at 3 modalities of cooperation that have developed since the last committee session. It also highlights an area of concern that pose particular challenges to member states: the water-climate nexus, with a view of seeking the committee's view on ESCAP's support to regional cooperation in this area. The first part of the discussion under this agenda item will take a closer look at 3 areas of cooperation, which I mentioned already. The first on ocean-based climate action. An voluntary initiative for regional cooperation for ocean-based climate action was launched in principle at the Regional Dialogue on Ocean-Based Climate Action held on 19 September 2024 in Bangkok, in this room. It frames voluntary regional partnership and action. It was proposed by governments of Indonesia, Maldives, and Fiji, which were also co-hosts of a regional dialogue and the co-host of the resolution 79/2 on regional ocean-based climate action. And it is also proposed to be presented to UN Ocean Conference to be held next year June, as a voluntary commitment of Asia Pacific. This work builds on successive days for the ocean convened by ESCAP and other UN partners annually since 2018, and work that has been described under agenda item 3. As I mentioned this morning, we have launched the localization platform, and which was also presented at the side event yesterday. The platform includes voluntary local reviews in action stories, these case studies and video testimonies from partners and representatives of cities. Also, this highlight innovations, and several knowledge and tool resources are also available on this platform. This slide has been presented to you a few times now, so please take a look at this website, which will provide diverse resources and reports and tools and stories. And many of you are well aware, so last committee adopted this regional action program on air pollution. And this was further endorsed by 79th Commission session. And this has been instrumental in mobilizing partners and donors to further develop their programs and projects in support of regional action. So this wrap-up serves as a reference for actions of multilateral entities and also national and local governments. And we are very pleased that this has facilitated a very productive dialogue among very diverse stakeholders. Now I'm moving to this part 2 about the roundtable discussion to be held in this afternoon, Water and Climate Nexus. As many of you are well aware, water-related climate risks are increasing. We have seen multiple such risks observed during last couple months in our region. In its resolution 79/1, member states encouraged to strengthen regional and sub-regional cooperation to accelerate the climate action. Climate change is shifting glaciers and snow melt patterns. Glaciers on mountains, including Hindu Kush Himalayan mountain, which is also known as a third pole, are melting at a faster rate than global average ice melt. The declaration of the third high-level international conference on International Decade for Action, Water for Sustainable Development, which was held in June Dushanbe, urges action on several fronts, as outlined in the Secretariat document. The declaration also called for implementation of an International Year of Glaciers Preservation in 2025, which has been declared by General Assembly in its resolution 77/5/158. We are pleased to welcome the proponents of this international year joining the CED, the government of Tajikistan, which will also elaborate at the point. There is need for strengthening regional cooperation on water climate nexus. Regional cooperation, including vulnerable shared river basin and on scientific assessment, can help ensure the seasonal water scarcity throughout water-related disasters, so that they do not become rolling crises. ESCAP cooperates on scientific assessment in this context of the Third Pole Climate Forum launched early this year. I would like to note relevant mandate in this area. Although old in substance, are still relevant today. ESCAP Resolution 79/8 adopted in 2013 on enhancing knowledge sharing and cooperation in integrated water resource management. And Resolution 79/1 adopted in 2015 on strengthening cooperation on sustainable management of water resources. In this regard, Secretariat has presented the following draft recommendations to the committee for further consideration. First, addressing water-related climate risk. This is a draft recommendation to be submitted to the Commission session for its consideration. So focusing on strengthening regional cooperation on climate issues relating to water, with a focus on mitigating the adverse impacts of climate change on water resource and enhancing the resilience of communities and society to water-related disasters. The second draft recommendation presented here is focusing on strengthening ocean-based climate action, particularly on this regional initiative on ocean-based climate action as a voluntary modality. And we have also presented a draft decision on strengthening regional dialogue and action on ocean by strengthening regional current Ocean Day into Asia-Pacific Ocean Forum to be convened every 2 years. And next draft decision we presented is on sustainable urban goals localization platform support. So recognizing this launch of a sustainable development goals localization platform to share, to support the sharing best practice and exchanging knowledge on localization. And strengthening, the next draft decision we presented is on strengthening regional cooperation on air quality management, particularly including through regional action program, our wrap-up, and also through ongoing coordination among multilateral and multi-stakeholder platforms. With that, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nem, for your introductory presentation. We will now hear statements and presentations of 3 initiatives intended to strengthen regional cooperation in the areas of ocean-based climate action, sustainable development goals, localization, and air pollution, respectively. Once they have delivered their statements or presentations, the floor will be open to interventions. I would now like to invite Mr. Fuad Adensia, Minister and Deputy Chief of Mission, Embassy of the Republic of Indonesia to the Kingdom of Thailand and Chair of Regional Dialogue on Ocean-Based Climate Action, to deliver a statement. Pa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to address the Committee on Environment and Development at ESCAP. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to have served as the chair of the Regional Dialogue on Ocean-Based Climate Action, co-hosted by the government of Indonesia, Fiji, and the Maldives, and ESCAP on 19 September 2024 in collaboration with UNEP, the coordinating body on the seas of East Asia COPC, and UNDP. The dialogue had provided an excellent platform to highlight priority regional actions in 4 areas of ocean-based climate action identified by the co-host as the basis for a voluntary regional initiative on ocean-based climate action. I am pleased to note that more than 170 delegates and representatives from member states, civil society organizations, the private sector, the scientific community, intergovernmental bodies, and regional organizations engage in productive discussion organized as sectoral interactive dialogues. This dialogue focuses on protecting and enhancing blue carbon ecosystems, decarbonizing shipping and maritime connectivity, accelerating the deployment of ocean-based renewable energy, and enhancing ocean climate resilience. In preparation for the regional dialogue on ocean-based climate action, the co-host had circulated the draft initiative for regional cooperation on ocean-based climate action, providing member states with an opportunity to share their perspectives and provided recommendations prior to and during the event. Along with the highlight of the discussion at the regional dialogue, based on the discussion at the dialogue and expression of support, the initiative was launched in principle, while views expressed would be integrated to the draft after the dialogue. These inputs are currently being integrated into a revised draft and will be circulated at the earliest convenience in order to support the 3rd United Nations Ocean Conference. We further note that SDG 14 will be the focus of global and regional review at the upcoming Asia-Pacific Forum for Sustainable Development, and that the preparatory process for the 3rd United Nations Ocean Conference invites the submission of voluntary commitments. In light of this development, we propose that this regional initiative be submitted to the preparatory process. We also wish to underline the importance of the regional approach to building solidarity across Asia and the Pacific on issues of common concern and opportunities of regional, international, and multi-stakeholder cooperation with common interest. We emphasize the importance of ESCAP as well as other UN entities and international organizations and network in facilitating such initiatives that hold broad importance and support the materialization of the 2 recent ESCAP resolutions on climate action and ocean-based climate action. With this initiative, we call for regional action as voiced during this interactive dialogue on 19 September. The main objective of the initiative is to promote and facilitate cooperation to accelerate the implementation of SDG 13 and SDG 14. Accordingly, the initiative is structured around the following 4 substantive areas. First, protecting and enhancing blue carbon ecosystem. Secondly, decarbonizing shipping and maritime connectivity. Third, accelerating the deployment of ocean-based renewable energy. And the fourth, enhancing ocean climate resilience. The initiative identifies potential priority action and their corresponding enablers and stakeholders in each thematic area. Furthermore, its voluntary implementation can build on regional and global initiatives to strengthen complementary and partnership, including South-South cooperation, to connect analysis with policies, to bridge multiple sources of financing, and to share best practices and success stories. We note that the 4 areas are not all under purview of this Committee on Environment and Development, but other committees, including on transport and energy. However, the Committee on Environment and Development, other than Commission sessions, serve as primary intergovernmental platform of ESCAP for dialogues on environment and development challenges, including climate change. Thus, we call on this committee to consider and support this initiative while requesting other committees to facilitate substantive discussion on issues pertaining to their respective agenda. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Indonesia is committed to continue its support for promoting regional cooperation on ocean-based climate action through this regional initiative. We invite all member states and regional and international partners, including the business sector, research organization, and others, to work together in solidarity to contribute to advancing progress, including in the priority areas identified in the annex. Finally, I would like to express appreciation to the Secretariat for responding to this need. I would also like to express appreciation to the government of Fiji and the Maldives for their partnership, leadership, and solidarity thus far and going forward. We look forward to the continued recognition of this initiative as a voluntary commitment under the auspices of the Third United Nations Ocean Conference to be hosted in June 2025 in Nice, France, and to the continued support of the Secretariat. Thank you, Chair, for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Adencia. I will now move to the next speaker, Mr. Emani Kumar, Deputy Secretary General and Executive Director, ECLAI, as co-chair of the Asia-Pacific Localization Partnership for Sustainable Cities, to share some views on the Regional Cooperation Initiative on SDG localization. Mr. Kumar, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for giving me this opportunity, and as a co-chair for this localization platform, and I can see another co-chair sitting in front of me, Ma'am Noraliza from Urbanis, from the Malaysian government. Thank you for giving this opportunity to both of us here. And to just give you, I represent an association of cities all over the world. It is more than 2,500 cities as our member cities, with more than 125 countries. But coming to the Asia-Pacific region, we have more than nearly around 300 odd city and regional governments as our members, and active in 20 plus odd countries, impacting nearly 25% of people living in the city governments. We work very closely, with the city governments on 5 developmental pathways. You can see all 5 of them in the below of the slide, like on the equitable development, zero emission development, nature-based development, and circular and resilient development. So these are the various pathways we work, and these are all links to the SDGs, what we are talking about. So we work with these pathways, entering to the city government, supporting to the city government, and helping them to achieve whatever, whichever SDG goal you are talking about, which the city wants to take it forward on that. So we are working in Asia-Pacific region for the last almost 30 odd years, as I said, that with nearly 300 odd city governments. Few years back, as ESCAP presented yesterday when they launched this platform, we were thinking that how to accelerate the SDG implementation on ground. So that's the only thing in our mind when we talked about various SDG implementation and city governments or regional governments. How can we make it implementable on ground? With that vision, with that mission, we have come together, and we are happy that this platform has launched. And thanks to Nurliza ma'am and Malaysian government for giving this a platform, a place like to take to the city governments. And from there, yes, we lost 2.5 years in between, unfortunately due to the COVID thing, but we are now jumping further to see that the numbers what we have seen yesterday again, ESCAP when presenting, like Asia Pacific is in the third list after Europe and US and other countries. So we are committed to support through this platform. And we are here, I'll just show you 2-3 more slides to help you out to support implementation of SDGs and achieving the SDG goals in your cities on that. ICLEI, again, if I just have to put it, like we are there always when any global thing or any regional thing has come. And we are happy that we partnered with ESCAP and with other partners to take forward this particular platform on that. And what is that this platform is going to help you out actually? So these are the 6 things which I have put in it here. One, on the technical cooperation, we are happy to support you on any technical related activities. We can help you out in designing programs, designing activities in your city, and take it forward for implementation on that. We are also looking for, we are happy to support on the strategic partnership, city-to-city partnership, city-to regional partnership, and city to maybe a financial institution partnership, anything like a strategic partnership, we are happy to do that. And this platform will work as like a learning and capacity building platform, like as Sangmin also said in his presentation, we are going to bring best practices on SDG implementation onto that. Research and knowledge development, there is another thing, if you want some support on that, we are happy to help you out, and also on the advocacy, visibility, and SDG partnership and cooperation on that. So as a platform, we are here. We have, I can say that around 17, 18 partners we are there. It's not that only 1 or 2 us we are going to help you out, but through all our partnership, we are going to help you out. And again, coming back to ICLEI, I'm happy to showcase 2 VLRs what we have developed. One in Dhulikhel in Nepal, and also Singra in Bangladesh. These are the 2 cities where, along with ESCAP, along with other partners, we have done that. I don't want to go through all this entire slide, but what is that happened is, like, once Dhulikhel has done it, that particular VLR, they have gone to the other cities in Nepal, and they said that, okay, this is one thing which really helped us so that we can take it forward to other cities, we can support to the other cities. So I can say now around 40 to 50 cities from Nepal have now started working on the VLRs, and we are going to support them. And also the national government in Nepal also asked, like, how can we increase further, and maybe all the cities in Nepal on that. Same in Singra, that is another thing which we have, and other Bangladesh cities are also asking for this support and making it forward for the VLR thing. We are launching Male in Maldives. That is another one which maybe within this month we are going to support that and wants to take it forward for other cities on that. This is my last slide. So what are the key support areas? I think I have said that again in my previous slide, but we are happy to foster local and regional cooperation by sharing knowledge resources and best practices to accelerate on the implementation of SDG on ground, strengthen the coordination and alignment across spheres of government and effective localization process, not just only working with the city government, but also with the communities, also horizontally and vertically. That thing, I think yesterday we talked about more on that. Capacity building initiatives, bringing tools, knowledge products, and financial resources on that, and developing action-oriented VLRs. Not interested to bring another document and keep it in the cupboard. We are more interested to see on-ground implementation of the VLRs on this. Thank you. Thanks for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar. I would now like to invite Ms. Tommy Rankin, Chief Environment and Development Policy Section, Environment and Development Division, ESCAP, to share Secretariat insights from the first 2 years of the Regional Action Program on Air Pollution, RAPAR. You have the floor, Ms. Rankin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. I'm pleased to make this presentation on behalf of the Secretariat about the first 2 years of RAPAP implementation and really looking at future coordination and partnership development. Okay, so a little bit on the background. The context of Asia Pacific is that 90% of the population regularly breathes air that is considered unsafe. Right? 2/3 of the 7 million deaths attributed to air pollution globally occur in this region. And there are several contributing factors: rapid population growth, industrialization and urbanization, and of course, agriculture, right? There are main sources are around fossil fuels combustion for energy and electricity, vehicle emissions, domestic burning, and biomass burning in agriculture. Much of the region's air pollution is also transboundary, as our research is showing, and this necessitates multi-level, multi-stakeholder approaches engaging national governments, subnational authorities, international and regional institutions, development partners, the private sector, and civil society. Now, the problem is severe, particularly in South and Southeast Asian countries, which are among the major hotspots of air pollution in the region. In South Asia, around 5 years of life expectancy can be gained on average in the present population, right, if we were able to manage this challenge, okay? So each subregion has distinctive conditions and mechanisms, and there are diverse subregional and multi-stakeholder cooperation mechanisms that exist, right? However, some face constraints like limited geographic and institutional mandates, and there is a low level of multilateral and subregional cooperation and many opportunities to strengthen regional cooperation, despite the very strong progress which is being made in networks such as NEARCAP or ENET, and within the context of the ASEAN Agreement on Transboundary Haze Pollution, all right? And not to forget also the Mali Declaration on Control and Prevention of Air Pollution and Transboundary Effects for South Asia, right? So we have many cooperation frameworks and many opportunities to strengthen cooperation nonetheless. Okay, so this slide shows the 5 action areas of RAPAP. As we have heard, action to combat local and transboundary air pollution in the region is being supported by a wide range of projects and programs. A lot of donors are engaged, and there's a lot of progress around the thinking around data harmonization and accessibility, forecasting and early warning systems, integration of satellite and ground-based monitoring, and air pollution prevention and control technologies. But there's greater need for coordination across these projects. So RAPAP was negotiated by member states, and it represents a collective aspiration and consensus among countries around the priority action areas, and it was adopted by ESCAP's 7th Committee on Environment and Development and further endorsed by member states through a resolution 79/6. So RAPAP looks at strengthening commitments to multilateral cooperation, strengthening best practice exchanges, capacity building, air quality management improvements, and monitoring and data sharing very broadly, and provides a platform for interlinkages among sub-regional mechanisms. Okay. Some highlights around the regional cooperation efforts that we've put in place since the establishment of RAPAP. The high-level forum on clean air held on the 2nd and 3rd of March, hosted by Mongolia, hosted 150 participants from 22 countries and 30 institutions, and it further elaborated areas and modalities of policy and technical cooperation, right? The high-level forum developed partnership activities and formulated modalities of the working groups on data and air quality standards, which I will talk about in a bit. And then we have the Clean Air Week, which was concluded recently in Seoul, which boosted air quality management capacity in the region. 70 officials and experts responsible for air quality management from 15 countries and 6 institutions participated. And this encouraged dialogue and cooperation and shared learning on air pollution management. It also showcased utilization of science for effective policymaking. So another highlight of cooperation that we have been focusing on is the Pan-Asia Partnership for Geospatial Air Pollution Information. So the Secretariat is collaborating with the Korea International Cooperation Agency, KOICA, and the National Institute for Environmental Research of the Republic of Korea to implement a project on building the Pan-Asia Partnership for Geospatial Air Pollution Information. So the project is installing spectrometers in Asian countries to calibrate and validate satellite-derived data from the GEMS spectrometer launched by the Republic of Korea in February 2020. And it's also focused on building the capacity of governments to utilize satellite-derived data for their air quality monitoring programs. Okay. It's also promoting cooperation and dialogue on air pollution management strategies and policies. Okay. Now, an important focus for our work and for cooperation is around airsheds. So our work to strengthen regional cooperation on transboundary airsheds is being developed through a project on regional approaches to reduce pollution in these airsheds with the support of the United States of America. And the project is intended to enhance regional cooperation aimed at better managing and reducing transboundary air pollution by taking action and providing support at the local, national, and sub-regional levels. Data and satellite imagery are being utilized to identify common airsheds across multiple jurisdictions and the sources and concentrations of the pollutants within them. Okay. Now, I would like to talk about operationalizing RAP-UP. A very important aspect of that is the establishment of open-ended working groups on air quality standards and data, which have been established really to look at two subjects. The first is data, and the second is the air quality standards. Right? They are supporting a review of standards across the region and looking at the existing and emerging data sources that can be more widely shared to support more robust policy making. So these working groups have also reviewed key challenges and opportunities for the implementation of RAP-UP and have elaborated a prioritized list of interventions in a policy brief. This policy brief is in draft form right now and will serve as a really important and comprehensive source for government officials. All right. 2 virtual meetings were held during 2023 and 2024 of these working groups. So we will also need to strengthen the scientific input to the cooperation. We've just concluded a very important, I think, insightful side event on the analysis that's needed in support of RAP-UP. And we are producing a regional review which aims to provide a look at the current status and patterns of trends of air pollution emissions and air quality standards in the region, and it will make available knowledge resources to inform policies and collaborative actions, and will also we will also be producing a review of national level progress, looking at a cross-section of countries. All right. We will really look at the needs for capacity building and implementation support and technical assistance. Okay. The RAP-UP coordination platform is going to be a really important element of our work, and it is going to be an online platform which will support partnerships and coordination among existing multilateral, sub-regional, and multi-stakeholder cooperation mechanisms. It will provide a repository of collaborative work at regional and multilateral levels, and it will catalyze joint capacity building projects on clean air, and it will scale up the impact of joint actions. The Secretariat is working towards completing this within the first quarter of next year. Okay. Now, while we've been having a series of meetings and events on air quality management in the region, we've been listening carefully to see how we can accelerate RAP-UP implementation in line with the existing priority actions which have been identified. And a number of strategic actions have been identified. Just a sample are shown on the slide. And these will need to be further discussed and elaborated with partners. So this is just to tell you that we've cast a wide net. We need to fine-tune, and we look forward to cooperation with all partners to fine-tune and move forward in a very practical way. So one of the strategic actions that has been identified is to convene an annual coordination meeting of donors and development partners with the participation of member states, and to facilitate cooperation for research on air pollution linked to specific regional challenges. We just heard in the side event how important it is to link this research and to strengthen the scientific input to the policy processes, right? So the science policy interface is important, financing is critical, and we also want to look at strengthening transboundary cooperation on airsheds, as mentioned. Okay, with respect to coordination, several actions have been identified. I won't go into them, but just to say there are several really interesting and practical approaches to strengthening our coordination under wrap-up that we will consider further. And with respect to communication, this was very much stressed, and it is really important to underline that awareness is still low around the challenge of air pollution and the links, for example, with health and economic damages. So communication is going to be critical, and we also need to coordinate around that. Okay. In terms of our strengthening regional cooperation through wrap-up, the Secretariat will focus on developing the wrap-up online platform, and it will encourage and invite development partners to provide in-kind and other resources to strengthen the wrap-up partnerships. And it's very heartening to see the strong engagement of member states in our wrap-up activity, and yesterday and today. And we also need to deepen coordination among us, among member states and across partners. We are thinking about an informal strategy group and a possible donor coordination meeting. Finally, we want to really look carefully at how we can mobilize the working groups, a really important asset, to really to address some of the issues that we have or the opportunities that we've identified so far, for example, through partnership clusters and strengthening our strategic approaches, coordination and communication in line with the existing priority actions identified and agreed under wrap-up. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rankin. Let me also thank the panelists for their presentations and statements. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I would like to now invite you to share your comments on the initiatives highlighted. Time for delivering country statements will be allocated later for this afternoon. I now invite interventions from distinguished delegates. I would like to first open the floor for interventions from members of country delegations. Please raise your nameplate to indicate your interest to take the floor. I'm seeing no flags, so may I now open the floor for other participants' interventions? GIZ, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much for the opportunity of giving here some comments on the presentations, particularly the very interesting 3 presentations before. On behalf of GIZ, the German Development Corporation, I would like to focus on just one topic, air quality, the opportunities for regional cooperation on air quality. You might know that GIZ is worldwide active in all the thematic fields mentioned presented before, but I will focus on air quality. In the past 2 years, GIZ has been working in the region in the intersection between air quality and climate change. This means particularly in SLCP, short-lived climate pollutants, and specifically on black carbon and methane. So we've been already exchanging and cooperating with the international agencies, and particularly with the Environment and Development Division of ESCAP. We see a huge potential for cooperation and partnerships in these thematic fields, which is a niche where there are not many donors and agencies working in this particular intersection between climate change and air pollution. And we see a great opportunity of alignment with REP-UP. Let me briefly highlight this one initiative because it's about an upcoming project that will start in the region in the next few months. It's the Southeast Asia Clean Air Initiative, SECAI. It's a project funded by BMZ, the German Development Cooperation Ministry. It starts next year, duration 3 years until 2028. Our partner is ASEAN. It's an ASEAN project. Our political partner is ASEC, ASEAN Secretariat. And the objective is to improve the conditions for ASEAN-wide mitigation of SLCP with special focus on the greater Mekong sub-region. So being an ASEAN project, ASEAN-wide impact and exchange, we will focus on the greater Mekong sub-region, particularly on 4 countries, Thailand, Laos PDR, Cambodia, and Vietnam. The focus will be on agricultural burning, forest fire, and in minor scale on waste management. So there's a clear link to the existing transboundary haze agreement, which was mentioned in the last presentation. And the SECAI project will be embedded in the ASEAN Technical Working Group on Transboundary Haze Pollution. So there are clear synergies with REP-UP, particularly on, as we saw in the presentation before, the data management, transboundary data sharing, data reliability, on capacity building, on transboundary cooperation in general. So we see with this upcoming project, SECAI, an opportunity to build a bridge between REP-UP and the ASEAN Transboundary Haze Agreement. And we express our commitment to support REP-UP, collaborating with ESCAP and stakeholders. We are very much looking forward for this cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, GIZ, for your statement. Can I now give the floor to the Asian Productivity Organization? You have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Sir Chair, respected excellencies and delegates. Firstly, thanks for inviting the Asian Productivity Organization, APO, to this August gathering working on the overall sustainable growth. The APO, an intergovernmental not-for-profit think tank, institution builder, productivity information clearinghouse, and regional advisor, developed the green productivity concept in the 1990s with an aim to provide a pathway for the enterprises, especially the SMEs, which contribute majorly to the economic growth and employment, while decoupling the industrial growth with the environmental degradation. The APO, with its 20-member economies across the Asia-Pacific region, in its mission to contribute to the sustainable socio-economic development of the Asia and the Pacific through enhancing productivity, is now in the process of expanding and deepening this GP concept to the development of GP 2.0 ecosystem to address the evolving climate-related challenges through regional level cooperation among the stakeholders, namely the governments, the end users, and the producers. This ecosystem would enable the policymakers in making informed decisions through mapping of the policies, equipping the industry, service, and the agriculture sectors with ascertaining their baseline performances to a GP rating system, and improve it further through implementation of GP management systems. The ecosystem would also include mechanisms facilitating SMEs in attracting the green finance through the GP reporting system and foster ethical consumption through the GP labeling scheme. Eventually, as the urban areas host many SMEs, greening these SMEs would have a direct implications on the urban areas striving to become more sustainable, economically circular, and contribute to reducing all forms of pollutions, thereby reducing the ill impacts to the ocean lives as well. Thank you.
Thank you, APO. Colleagues, please bear with me. Let me just go back to a member country delegation, Republic of Korea. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to add on the regional action plan on air pollution. So I'd like to introduce the regional cooperation initiatives of Korea on air pollution. First, noticing the important role of REP-UP as guidance on the concerted effort of our region toward clean air, we launched the initiative with ESCAP, the study on the implementation of Asia-Pacific REP-UP. So the project aims to take a review on current national air quality strategies in the region and provide a roadmap for effective implementation of REPAP. We also have promoted diverse regional collaborative projects, to name a few, with the UNEP Global Campaign on International Day of Clean Air for Blue Skies and regional capacity building workshop on developing national air pollutants. With the UNDP Clean Air Blue Skies in Asia CAPSA project, with the OECD joint study on the co-benefit of climate change and air pollution mitigation. So we have seen and expect a great success of these regional cooperation projects, and everyone who wishes to join us will be always welcomed for further cooperation plans and discussions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Republic of Korea. Now the final other participants' interventions from the United Cities and Local Government, Asia Pacific. I gave you the floor, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's very good pleasure for me to address this roundtable on behalf of the United Cities and Local Governments Asia Pacific. My name is Benadia Irawati Sandra Dewi, Secretary General of UCLG ASPAC. As we convene under the banner of regional cooperation, it's imperative to recognize that while regional solutions offer a framework for progress, they must be meticulously tailored to meet the unique needs and conditions of our local context. Here is the highlights, key areas where regional cooperation can strengthen local government's capacity to address climate challenges and implement the SDGs. In terms of commitment, UCLG has been at the forefront of fostering regional cooperation, recognizing the diversity within our region, necessitate tailored solutions. UCLG ASPAC also serves as the secretariat of the ASEAN Mayors Forum, initiated by the government of Indonesia in 2011, and the Global Covenant of Mayors on Climate Change and Energy for Southeast Asia. We also initiated transboundary cooperation of initiating dialogues among local governments leaders along the Mekong River corridor. So the what we call it the Urban Mekong Corridor Initiative is another testament of our commitment to regional cooperation and transboundary collaborations. This addressing the environmental challenges and promoting economic growth. And as part of SDG localization, this is also central to our mission, recognizing that impactful change begins at the local level. We have developed more than 13 voluntary local reviews and 7 voluntary subnational reviews, and those VLR and VSR have also been integrated in the voluntary national reviews, especially in the case of Indonesia. Another thing that we also would like to address here, the importance of air pollution, is underlined that strategies and also this definition of air pollution are not standardized, especially in this region. This is something that also we face challenges when we produce VLR in the case of VLR Surabaya, in which there is a different definition of the use of air pollutions when we collected the data as well. So in conclusion, looking ahead, we identify emerging areas of cooperation that hold significant promise. By leveraging regional cooperation, we can certainly address these complex challenges more effectively, ensuring that our cities are resilient and sustainable. However, it is very imperative that recognize that cooperation at all levels, local, regional, and international, is essential to achieving the SDGs. So local initiatives foster community engagement and tailor solutions. Regional partnerships enhance resource sharing and policy alignment, and international collaborations brings in diverse expertise and funding. Together, these multi-scale efforts are crucial for addressing global challenges and ensuring a sustainable future for all. We really must work together, as we have only one planet to live. By working together, sharing knowledge, and tailoring our approaches, we can really build a sustainable and resilient future for all. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, ma'am. Can I give the floor to the representative of Mongolia? You have the floor, sir.
Merci le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, les représentants participants. Non, je suis ravi de participer à ces ESCAP. Je considère que cet événement sera une gravité qui montre de l'unité importante de la coopération régionale pour surmonter les essais de l'environnement, du développement et le changement du climat. Ainsi que l'un des sujets de cette réunion est pour diminuer la pollution de l'air, l'augmenter et identifier les activités pour l'air frais au monde. La présente réunion du comité de l'air fait le grand rôle important pour déterminer la première direction de l'opération climatique environnementale et déterminer l'opération de gouvernement, de société civile, du système de l'ONU, de coopération des organisations internationales, des décidés de défis du développement régional. La population des pays de l'Asiatique et Pacifique qui sont plutôt de danger à l'effet néfaste causé de pollution de l'air, un peu comme le disait éléments de l'initiation des coopérations régionales sont très importants pour diminuer la pollution de l'air et améliorer la qualité de l'atmosphère. Donc, il est nécessaire d'élaborer la politique favorable à l'originalité du pays pour réduire la pollution d'air causée de mode de vie, de l'urbanisme, des industries instables, de croissance rapide économique des régions et des pays. On dit la Mongolie, c'est une... Bon, je vais dire maintenant sur la Mongolie. Donc, la pollution en Mongolie, c'est un peu une catastrophe. Donc, nous, on dit la Mongolie, c'est un pays de ciel bleu. Mais ce mot qui existe maintenant qu'à la campagne. Pour la Mongolie, pollution de l'air, surtout à Ulaanbaatar, c'est trop... même hors de question, plutôt en hiver. Donc, c'est-à-dire, source de pollution de l'air à la ville Ulaanbaatar, c'est sur la base de polluants émis par les sources fixes et qui contribuent à 80% de la pollution de l'air urbain. Les estimations préliminaires montrent que les cheminées domestiques et de familles qui habitent à la yourte, à peu près 390 000 habitants représentent 63,5%, et tandis que le 170 chaudières au charbon pour le chauffage de l'eau représente 16,5%. Donc, le nouveau gouvernement de la Mongolie qui décidait de continuer à buter contre la pollution de l'air et dans le projet de développement de l'économie et de buter contre l'air pollution à Ulaanbaatar jusqu'à 2028. Gouvernement qui veut faire le projet contre pollution de l'air, surtout avec des grandes qualités. Donc on a fait le changement sur la loi de pollution de l'air et de changement de climat. Le but de la loi, c'est les protections de l'air ambiant, les préventions de la pollution, les réduire et surveiller les rejets de polluants atmosphériques et par rapport à la portée, atténuer le changement climatique et réduire ses effets néfastes, protection de l'ozone, réduire la pollution de l'air. Donc, et puis, nous sommes convaincus qu'à l'avenir, nous continuons à coopérer étroitement et efficacement pour résoudre la triade de problèmes sanitaires, économiques et environnementaux dans la région de l'Asie du Nord-Est, et plus de mentionner que votre soutien de votre coopération joue un rôle important à cet égard. Nous sommes reconnaissants pour votre coopération dans l'organisation de la réunion ministérielle contre la pollution atmosphérique en Mongolie à Ulaanbaatar en mars 2023. Et donc, je vous remercie et bon succès pour la réunion. Merci.
Thank you, Morocco. Sorry, Mongolia. I guess I'm tired already. It's too long a day. As I see that there are no more interventions, I wish to thank all of you who made interventions from the floor. UNEP. Just bid me. Go ahead, UNEP.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. So I would like to have an input from the Regional Director, United Nations Environment Program, Asia Pacific. So thank you, Chair. I'm pleased to update you on some of the outcomes of the 16th session of the United Nations Environment Assembly that took place in Nairobi from 26 February to the 1st of March 2024, with the theme of how multilateralism can help tackle the triple planetary crisis of climate change, nature and biodiversity loss, and pollution and waste. UNIA 6 concluded with the adoption of the 15 resolutions to advance collaborative action on the triple planetary crisis. These resolutions included 3 that also address area of focus of your committee meeting this week. Promoting regional cooperation on air pollution to improve air quality globally, combating sand and dust storms, and strengthening ocean efforts to tackle climate change, marine biodiversity loss, and pollution. In this context, UNEP looks forward to working with ESCAP and member states to further strengthening regional cooperation on air pollution and oceans action. In terms of regional preparation for our next 7th UN Environment Assembly, which is scheduled for December 2025, I'm pleased to note that Regional Forum of Ministers and Environmental Authorities of Asia Pacific will take place in Fiji in August next year. This regional forum provides a platform for governments, intergovernmental organizations, and other stakeholders to discuss and prioritize environmental issues in the region and ensure that Voice of Asia and the Pacific guides discussions and heard at the UN Environment Assembly. UNEP would also like to reiterate its supports to member states to address the triple planetary crisis, with member states in particular on pollution that looks forward to the 5th session of the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee to develop international legally binding instrument on plastic pollution, including in the marine environment. So INC 5, which is scheduled to take place on 25 November to 1st December 24 in Busan, Republic of Korea. This session will be preceded by the regional consultations on 24 November 2024. We are also continuing to extending our work on air pollution in the region, including through the Acid Deposition Monitoring Network for East Asia, known as ENET, which monitors both acid deposition and air pollution, and also provides capacity building to the government officials. And also through the Asia Pacific Clean Air Partnership, or ESCAP, which involves all the stakeholders, and next ESCAP forum will be held in Yokohama, Japan on 20 March 2025. And also UNEP looks at the nature that this year on the 16th meeting of the Conference of the Parties to the Convention of Biological Diversity from 21 October to 1st November 2024 in Cali, Colombia, COP16 will be the first biodiversity COP since adoption of the Global Biodiversity Framework. During COP16, governments will review the progress made to implement the Global Biodiversity Framework, as well as the level of the alignment of national biodiversity strategies, action plans, with the COP16 governments plan to further negotiate the monitoring framework, advance resource mobilization, and finalize the multilateral mechanisms on fair and equitable assist to the benefit sharing. UNEP is working with the resident coordinators, UN country teams in the region to support the implementation of the global biodiversity framework. And on the climate, we look forward to support member states in raising NDC's ambitions and support implementation, phasing out coal and moving to the energy transitions. UNEP welcomed the opportunity to work with ESCAP, UNDP, UNFCCC, and NDC partnership and other agencies in organizing the NDC's 3.0 Regional Forum for Asia, Pathways to Progress. Crafting ambitious and implementing NDCs that was convened earlier in Bangkok. In addition, UNEP will work with UNESCAP.
Can you please round off?
Okay,
Please.
just a final one, that UNEP also working with ESCAP on the good environmental governance, and for this, with ESCAP advancing the environmental rule of law and rights, and we are working with ESCAP for the strategy 2050. Thank you very much.
Thank you, UNEP. I realize there's another request for the floor. Kazakhstan, I give you the floor.
Yeah.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Dear Mr. Chair, Kazakhstan has statement and proposal for item 4.
For item 4?
Yeah.
That's the next one.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. The next item, thank you. Okay, Excellencies and colleagues, I see that we need to move on to conclude this part of this agenda item. We will move on to part 2, which will focus on the challenges and opportunities for regional cooperation on the water-climate nexus. I request our distinguished panelists of part 1 to please take their seats among the audience. Thank you very much. I also wish to invite the moderator of part 2, Ms. Ludmila Kiktenko, Environment Management Program Manager, the Regional Environment Center for Central Asia, CAREC, as well as the distinguished panelists for part 2 to please come up to the rostrum. Thank you.
Distinguished Chair, participants of the 8th session of the Committee on Environment and Development, we all know that no one actor, no one sector, and no one country can address successfully the negative impact of the climate change. Water, energy, food, environment, security nexus is well realized and recognized, but the practical implementation of this approach demands experience, and again experience. To open the existed experience, opportunities, and tools, I kindly invite distinguished panelists. On my left, you can see Najimuddin Bekov, Deputy Chief of the Mission, Embassy of the Republic of Tajikistan in Malaysia. On my right side, Ms. Changhua Wu, Chairperson, Governing Council, Asia Pacific Water Forum. On my far left, Mr. Vishwa Ranjan Sinha, Program Officer, Water and Wetlands South Asia Natural Resources Group, IUCN Asia Regional Office. The panelists invited to address challenges and opportunities to strengthen regional cooperation on water-climate nexus with a particular focus on water-related climate risks. Following an initial round of presentations, we will have a round of questions, again for each participant. I would like to ask Mr. Najimuddin Bekov, Tajikistan, to address regional action on water and climate change. Please.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. These opening remarks will be about the Tajikistan global initiatives and commitment on climate-related matters. First of all, I would like to express my appreciation to ESCAP team for preparation and giving this opportunity to us to discuss the very crucial matters involved, water and climate actions issues. Dear participants, as it is well known, water resources and access to these vital resources are of paramount importance. The prosperity of our world and the sustainable development of all industries depend on this precious treasure. However, today millions of people worldwide are facing water shortages, pollution, and the effects of climate change, exacerbating poverty, inequality, and vulnerability. Therefore, the urgent collective actions are necessary for the effective protection and management of water resources and ensuring reasonable access to water. Through the joint exchange of knowledge, innovative technologies, and best practices, we can pave the way to a safer water future for current and future generations. Dear colleagues and distinguished delegates, in this regard, despite having abundant freshwater resources, including glaciers and rivers, the Republic of Tajikistan prioritizes water-related issues and identifies the rational and sustainable management of water resources as a foreign policy priority. As it is well known, Tajikistan, as a leading country in the water portfolio, over past 2 decades actively advanced water issues in the global development agenda and has made significant contributions to this process through the global initiatives. Tajikistan global initiatives include the International Year of Freshwater 2003, the International Decade of Action Water for Life 2005-2015, International Year of Water Cooperation 2013, the International Decade of Action Water for Sustainable Development 2018-2028, and the declaration of 2025 as the International Year of Glaciers Preservation, adopted by the United Nations General Assembly unanimously, laid a worthy foundation for promoting the water agenda and achieving internationally agreed water-related goals and targets, including those contained in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. In this regard, I would like to emphasize the important role of the International Decade of Action Water for Sustainable Development 2018 and 2028, which has played a crucial role in holding the historic United Nations Conference on Water in 2023 in New York City. Within the framework of the Water Action Decade, Tajikistan has undertaken to hold an international conference in Dushanbe every 2 years in cooperation with the UN, known as the Dushanbe Water Process. Dear colleagues, during his speech at the United Nations Water Conference in March 2023, the President of the Republic of Tajikistan, His Excellency Emomali Rahmon, presented several commitments, including utilizing the Dushanbe Water Process platform to follow up the outcomes of the UN 2023 Water Conference and the Water Action Agenda. As part of the Dushanbe water process, Tajikistan hosted the third international conference on water action decade in June this year. This main objective of this conference was to provide a platform for tracking, promoting, and supporting the implementation of the voluntary commitments registered in the Water Action Agenda of the United Nations 2023 Water Conference, as well as stimulating new partnerships and accelerating actions to achieve the goals of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. It is worth mentioning that with the efforts of Tajikistan and several interested countries and stakeholders, starting from the 26th UN Conference on Climate Change in Glasgow, COP26, the topic of water has found its rightful place. The climate change process COP at the 27th COP conference in Sharm el-Sheikh, we were able to include Water Day in the official program of COP27, within which several events related to water were organized, and a paragraph on the role of water in achieving climate goals was added to the final document of the United Nations Conference on Climate Change. Dear colleagues, it should be noted that the government of the Republic of Tajikistan has commenced preparation for the International Conference on Glaciers Preservation in Dushanbe at the end of May 2025. As you know, this conference is being held in accordance with the resolution A/RES/77/158 adopted by the United Nations General Assembly on December 2022. The International Conference on Glaciers Preservation will offer an opportunity to raise awareness and address the escalating challenges posed by the glaciers' intensive melting and disappearance. It will also urge governments, private entities, and individuals to take urgent actions concerning preservation of glaciers. In this related, Tajikistan invites governments, intergovernmental, and non-governmental organizations, major groups, other relevant stakeholders, and donors to voluntarily contribute to the trust fund in support of activities for glaciers preservation to be coordinated by the Secretary General in partnership with the relevant agency of the United Nations system. In order to implement the task arising from the above-mentioned UN General Assembly resolution, Tajikistan intends to create an international group of experts who are well aware on problems concerning glaciers conservation. The international group will include not only experts who conduct monitoring and scientific research on this topic, but also specialists who are closely familiar with the issue of the impact of glaciers melting on socio-economic and environmental aspects. In addition, we intend to publish a book for the conference, which will contain scientific articles and information materials of authors from various regions and countries of the world. The book will also contain illustrations dedicated to the glaciers. Given your wide connection in related experts network from various regions of the world, we would be appreciated for your kind assistance in preparation of this publication. Taking into account above mentioned, I would be very grateful if ESCAP, member states, stakeholders, and other donors could accept my offer to assist in creation and to be a member of the international group of experts to render your kind assistance in preparation of the conference program, as well as in collection of materials for publication of a book devoted to glaciers. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Najmuddin, for your excellent following the time. And now I would like to invite Mr. Vishwa Ranjan Sinha to share the work implemented by IUCN to address climate risks and adaptation needs on basin territories. Yes, please.
Can you please put my slide? Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vishwa. I work for the IUCN Asia Regional Office. It is, maybe you know, that one of the oldest environmental organization founded in 1948. We have more than 93 governments as our member, 1,400 organizations which are the member, and more than 15,000 voluntary experts. So today I would be discussing about our experiences from the BRIDGE program, which is a global program of IUCN implemented in more than 15 river basins. And if we look at Asia, we are working in the Mekong region and very closely with the Mekong River Commission, and also in the Ganga, Brahmaputra, Meghna region. So I would be discussing, you know, what is our experience, what are the challenges in achieving climate risk management and water management in a shared river basin. So I won't be reading, but overall our approach is to support poverty alleviation through nature conservation and sustainable management of the shared water resources. So I just wanted to show you this slide because for this program, hydro diplomacy and technical cooperation is the tools for building consensus and common vision for the basin management. And our approach has been to work at different levels, at the global level, more working with water conventions, UN Water Courses Convention and UN ECE, because they lay down the principle of cooperation, how you share data, how you plan a project on the basin. So we try to inform and understand better how these water conventions can work in Asian basins. Then at the basin level, we are working with transboundary institutions, governments, and also networks like Asia Pacific Water Forum to have a better understanding of specific issues in the basin, and then working with local and national government to actually plan some strategies for solving the challenges. So here I would like to emphasize that many times water diplomacy is seen as a process which is led by the government. But if we consider the Asia region where a lot of shared river basins are there without any cooperation agreement, the role of informal dialogue spaces like workshops, joint research, trust building, these have an important role to play, and then they can actually help in building a common vision and a strategy for a shared river basin. Not going into it, but reminding ourselves that shared river basin is a specific context, and when we are talking about climate change impact, addressing them, then I think it is important to understand that how the impacts are coming, how land use changes, population development, etc., is magnifying those impacts, but there are challenges to do it. One big challenge is that a basin under different administrative unit, we have a lot of climate change models and data, but mostly they are global level, so it's important to downscale these models because what we want to understand is that how climate change actually is going to impact the local community or their livelihoods. Then there is also issue of degradation of water infrastructure, river and wetlands, which is increasing the vulnerability. And if we look at Asia, it's a region known as one of the least integrated when it comes to transboundary water governance, because there is no hardly any basin level agreement or institution in Asia. One example is Mekong River Commission, but that is also a lower Mekong Basin Commission, so not all the countries included. And then when we talk about share basin, always the historical conflicts and potential mistrust come into play. So if the countries have that kind of a history, then it leads to a lot of problem in terms of joint planning and data sharing. So now, looking at one of the basin and how we are working to address some of the problems. So this is one of the river basin shared by India and Bangladesh, Meghna River Basin. It's called Barak in India, originates in India. And when we started working on this basin, there was a real dearth of data and no information, no basin shape files, etc. So first step for us was to understand the context. And as you can see, these maps were generated through our work on land use change and understanding. The forest or the green part of the basin is in India, and the Bangladesh part is mostly agriculture and wetland. So if we are thinking about a joint basin management, I think we need to consider the different types of land uses and how they are kind of interacting with each other and how they are improving or decreasing the vulnerability to the climate change. Some data here, 90% forest in basin impacted by climate change, but we don't have like real data, fishery, agriculture sectors showing impact. I mean, this one basin, if you look at the administrative arrangement, in Indian side, there's 6 states and 6 water policies and other policies that govern the land uses. And in Bangladesh side also, we have 8 provinces, which actually overlaps with the basin area, and no basin level cooperation framework. So how we are using like, I mean, this is one context where you don't have agreement at the basin level or institution. So how we are utilizing the informal mechanisms like workshop, joint research to create a better understanding and enabling environment for IWRM for climate resilience. And the two tools that we are using is multi-level dialogue, so establishing informal groups like at Meghna Advisory Group, Meghna Knowledge Forum, and initiating participatory research on the issues prioritized by the stakeholder. And we have achieved a few things like, better understanding of the basin profile, what are the benefit sharing opportunities, which is very important when you're talking about a shared river basin, what are the benefits and how it can be equitably shared. Then documentation of locally led NBS, also supporting governments with financial proposals on upscaling NBS through wetland-based adaptation, through GCF funding, GEF funding, since IUCN is a GEF GCF agency. Also initiating youth network, because this is a basin where not much dialogue is happening at transboundary level, so how we can use youth as a force and engage them in these dialogues. So we have generated a lot of data and information tool. One of the important strategy here is to engage think tanks, academic tech sectors, and civil society organization to work on better understanding of the basin. Going forward, all the data that we have generated is contributing to NBS's strategy for climate resilience, development of guidance, and also academic research network to fill the data and information gap. So you see, I mean, despite being an absence of an institution or agreement, a lot of things can be done through the informal channel. And here is one diagram just showing that where we have seen the impact. So we looked at the global models, identified which one is more context specific, I mean, more useful for Meghna, and then we did the analysis to identify those locations. And now we are working to address challenges in those locations. So in summary, what are the learnings here? Data and research is the foundation of cooperation, and ecosystem status, e-flow, impacts of development and how climate change is enhanced are some of the areas we need localized information. But many times we get lost in data, so don't get lost in data. There is a lot of publicly available and open source data that could be used. I think it is important to understand what is the value of this data in planning, what it is telling us for the planners and policy makers. Then using the informal platforms and dialogue spaces, operationalizing cooperation by building on the nature of mutual benefits. So in case of the Meghna River Basin, its navigation is important, so how navigation contributes to climate change resilience. Fisheries are very much important, and so we have to look at how nature-based solution could be a framing strategy for IWRM in a shared river basin. And then again, mainstreaming of water convention principles in the management decision making and also in the national policy and laws. So these conventions basically give you a very detailed guidance on what needs to be done in case of data sharing, joint planning, informing each other on their work. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sinha. Thirdly, I would like to invite Ms. Changhua Wu to tell how Asia-Pacific Water Forum support networking and regional collaboration to address regional water climate risks. Please.
Sure, thank you. Thank you, Madam Moderator. And, okay, I'm gonna do this. Okay. First of all, really my greatest appreciation for ESCAP, Hitomi and Ashmund, the invitation to join this very important sort of a moment and to bring the Asia-Pacific Water Forum's journey to this platform. So within the time limit, I'm going to focus on the networking and the collaboration dimension from our experience, mostly focusing on 3 dimensions. Firstly, Asia-Pacific Water Forum, and it is a regional flagship representation of networking and collaboration on focusing on water security as well as climate resilience there. Interesting enough, and not only on this panel here, but also ESCAP, we're all in one family, launched officially in 2006, and by ESCAP, ADB, and Japan Water Forum, and particularly by the leaders, both government and ministerial, as well as institutional leaders, back then recognized the importance of having a networking platform that somehow contributing to the solutions of water security and climate resilience in the region. So the mission set very, very clearly since day one. We focus on seek, maintain, and elevating political commitment at the highest level and for the water security, climate resilience, and also to make sure water security and climate resilience really are kept at the forefront of development agenda in our region. Of course, because it's a network and a network of networks, so lots of input, expertise, suggestions, advocacy work actually are born from our network partner organizations. Currently we have more than 40 organizations actually in our network, and we've been on this journey together in almost actually 2 decades already. So there were a few major tracks of work we do. One is Summit, and this is a major vehicle, we call it Asia-Pacific Water Summit, which was convened roughly every 5 to 6 years. It's a major vehicle, make sure we really maintain the political commitments and leadership actually in this process in this region. And so far we've already delivered 4. And so from Bapu to Chiang Mai to Yangon to Kumamoto, and now we are looking into the next milestone in 2027. The second major track of work actually is a partnership with ADB and Asia Pacific Water Forum. This is mostly focusing on measuring progresses and gaps of water security, climate resilience in our region. And as we all know, financing is key, and financing needs to be built upon knowledge, scientific knowledge, information, data, reality. And so far, we delivered 4 Asia Development Outlook development reports already. And the latest one, the previous one actually was 2020, and the next one is coming out next year or 2. In the meantime, and because it's a regional network, so make sure there's a sort of a certain level of coordination, particularly because there are so many international processes, UN, Water Forum, different regional platforms, process there, rather than each organization on its own. And through the Asia Pacific Water Forum, we agree that we coordinate. We're also using that opportunity actually to engage. To bring the region together, deep dive, learning, sharing, and capacity building there as well. The latest example is the World Water Forum, the 10th World Water Forum delivered in Bali. Asia Pacific Water Forum together with the ADB and AWC literally delivered 11 sub-regional sessions as well as the 5 regional synthesis sessions there. Using this opportunity, we really deep dive not only the key players, stakeholders, but more importantly on the content. understanding the challenges of crisis, but also really understanding the best practices, and through the learning process, as well as the innovation from different institutions, make sure we really bring forward the best of the best, actually, solutions in reality. Now, the second point I want to bring to today's conversation is the challenge. And yes, we've been really on this journey to deliver, to make progresses, including SDG 6, among others, but somehow we know we are lagging behind. And we could say political wills are not enough, political commitments are not adequate or strong enough to deliver or tackle the challenges there. But in the meantime, we all know, and the science are telling us, the planetary system is collapsing. And so we have to make sure we really understand the challenges. In the meantime, make sure we bring the science actually into our thinking and consideration and into the next step there as well. So the final point actually is really about looking into the future. We are at the very critical moment, pivotal moment. It's a sort of exciting in many, many ways. If you look at it, we talk about finance, and in the last 2 years in particular, there is a tremendous global efforts endeavor looking into reforming global financial architecture, particularly around the public financing, multinational development financing mechanisms, as well as more and more attention paid to how to mobilize private sector money into the process, because there are many, many numbers already on the table. There's a huge gap about the money, and we need to figure out how to deliver that. The second very exciting moment is really about the governance. Last month at the UN, the Pact for the Future, very importantly, governance, better governance or reforming governance has become, very high level, sort of top level of agenda at this moment. Beyond just the government laws, regulations, they're more and more importantly, this bottom up, particularly getting the younger generation involved, bring them into the mainstream, let them make decisions for their own. It becomes very, very important. There are a couple of other moments actually for us to capture collectively. One is a realignment. I mentioned the scientists telling us we are really lagging behind. We have to make sure we align all the system changes, system information, bounded, actually literally guarded by the planetary boundary there. And there's a huge opportunity there we need to consider. But in the meantime, we started to understand the nexus, the systems. So most importantly, actually, this system change, system innovation becomes one of the most important opportunities for us all. And for us at the regional level, particularly at the Asia Pacific regional, forum regional level, we see that as the greatest opportunity we want to capture together with our member organizations. I think particularly looking into the next decade, that's going to be a very important and also exciting journey for us to maintain and even elevate political commitments to really deliver water security and the climate resilience future for the region, but very, very importantly, to really make sure we transform our system and really build up we call it a shared prosperity for all in the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, panelists. I believe that we are very well in time and we can have the next round, the round of one question to each of you. And let me to start again with Ms. Changhua Wu. You talked about very interesting platform for dialogue and collaboration. As water-related climate challenges facing the region, they become more and more complex. What can we do to work together more effectively? What opportunities for collaboration you see?
Sure, thank you, Madam, for the question. For Asia Pacific Water Forum, we are at this very moment. Actually, tomorrow we're going to have the 32nd Governing Council meeting call of our network. And this is the moment we're going to, somehow deep dive into the next 3 years in particular. Of course, we're looking into the next decade, but in terms of work plan, we're looking at that now. So the few opportunities actually for us to look into now at this moment, One, I mentioned, is really the alignment. We have to make sure we really get the narrative right? Planetary boundary, and we now know the planetary health check, which are telling us, the crisis, the sense of urgency. We have to make sure our socio-economic systems, our finance system, all the systems actually need to be embedded in the planetary boundary system. I think that's the starting point there. Now, the second opportunity is a really system change, system innovation, finance, food, agriculture, energy system, you name it. So this is a rethinking process there. And for this region in particular, and so the way we started to sort of structure the future actions there, at least actually look at a global calendar and also regional calendar. So we decided, at least for now, we're going to discuss further tomorrow during the conference actually of our governing council members there. There are 5 sort of theme opportunities, literally here now. One is early warning for all. The UN basically committed by 2027, 100% coverage. So that's a huge opportunity, particularly significant actually for Asia-Pacific region. The second one is really about the glaciers melting. So next year will be the global glaciers preservation. There are many opportunities actually for the region to work collectively, learning collectively, and very importantly actually to form a consensus in terms of what do we do to address those challenges, really build up a winning strategy for all. The third element, theme is really about a nexus. And so water, energy, food, climate, as well as ecosystems there. And so we do need to deep dive and make sure really capturing the, created the value or asset through that process. The fourth opportunity for Asia-Pacific region in particular is the food agriculture system. It's a hugely impactful, important actually for our region. And so that's the fourth. The last one, the fifth one is really about getting private sector on board. And not only say participation, but more and more about the leadership. So those are the 5 sort of theme-based opportunities there. Now, there are 4 other cross-sector opportunities cutting across those 5 areas. One is open science. So we've been in partnership with UNESCO and really advancing the open science agenda. The second one is really about transparency, disclosure, reporting. Particularly from accounting standards perspective, and to make sure more money will be mobilized with accountability and transparency there as well. The third one is really about open science and money. So financing is key, and particularly the reforming multinational development banks championed by ADB in our region. This is a huge opportunity. We need to make sure we capture the opportunity. And the last one is really capacity building. Everyone is overwhelmed by the changes, the crisis there, right? And somehow we need to mobilize everyone on this journey to build up the capacity. We call it learning, relearning, scaling, rescaling, upscaling, so that we'll be able to really move on this journey together in order to make sure we leave no one behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The question to Mr. Vishwaranjan Sinha. You talked about IUCN Bridge program, which support river dialogues and governance. Can you please tell what else we can do to enhance regional cooperation framework on water to face climate change?
Thank you very much. I think there are different, because we are talking about a transboundary context, so we have to think about strengthening the legal framework for cooperation. Because as I discussed, a shared river basin is managed by so many different agencies and policies. So once you define the rule of the game, then it becomes easier for different policies to integrate with each other, build on each other's achievement. And this is where UN Watercourses Convention and UNECE provides a good guidance. It's not necessary that countries have to sign. If we look at Asia, I think only one country has ratified UN Watercourses Convention, that is Vietnam. But if other countries, can take time in understanding and ratifying the convention, but they can already start using the principles in revising their agreements. For example, like the Ganges Water Treaty is due for revision the next year, and the treaty is actually more stringent on some aspects compared to UN Water Courses Convention. Like UN Water Courses Convention says that any country should consider that they do not have significant harm due to their activities on the other country. But actually, Ganges Treaty talks about no harm. So it's not a point of significant harm, but the treaty recognizes the need for not making, anything which leads to problems, down the stream or to the communities. So this is one important thing. Rule of the game has to be strengthened. Other thing is about building trust between different stakeholders, subnational actors mostly, and that's where small joint projects, monitoring missions could really help in building those, developing a common understanding. For example, pollution could be one issue which is not very well understood, where it is coming from, what is happening, and there could be also some misunderstanding between the countries because of those. So how small joint monitoring missions can actually help address those kinds of challenges. Other thing is, talking about the financing. So once you have a rule of game and other things established, you also need to think about a long-term financing strategy. And then there are examples of permanence project, not in the transboundary, but in the region. We have Bhutan, which is experimenting with the Bhutan for Life project, which basically is a long-term financing strategy for conserving the forest and other natural resources in the country. Similarly, in Pakistan, you have Living Indus Basin initiative, which is building a portfolio of different actions that needs to be done in a basin to improve the climate resilience. And then it is looking at how the funding could be mobilized, partnership could be mobilized to address those concerns. And these kinds of projects are basically designed to be self-sustaining in, say, 10 years' time. So we need to look at those opportunities. And then finally, it's important to invest in improving understanding of river basin organizations and stakeholders on tools like benefit sharing, which has a big application in the shared river basin, because benefit sharing tells us that how you can equitably share the benefits between stakeholders, reduce conflict. So to implement those kinds of benefit sharing agreement or dialogue, you need understanding of how ecosystem is functioning, what kind of services it is providing, what is the monetary gains for different stakeholders due to that service. So if you understand those, then it will be easier for you to build a benefit sharing strategy, or even develop a specific restoration programs in the basin to solve flooding, siltation, and other issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sinha. And the last question before we have a wrap-up session to Mr. Najmuddin Bekov. The Republic of Tajikistan has led the promotion of international and regional cooperation on water and glacier smelting. What do you think should be the future priorities in order to strengthen regional cooperation on water and glaciers?
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. To be very honest, my country, Republic of Tajikistan, has huge experience in uniting the countries and the organization in water issues and climate changes. So I'm not going to touch the global initiatives or in the global level, but in the regional level, I would like just to touch only the preservation of glaciers. Can we stop or just mitigate the melting glaciers? No. This is the impact of nature. So how we can just to strengthen and to make one moderator to work around these glaciers and to use this in the useful way. So first of all, the role of ESCAP and Asia-Pacific Water Forum is very crucial. Why? To gathering and to unite the member states and international organization, non-government organization, as a donors to be in one, I don't know, maybe to work one roadmap for mitigating or for collaboration in the collaboration of glaciers preservation, like to invite there the experts, glaciers researchers, and for this especially we need financing. And also we have to invite the financial organizations and donors, also member states, to be more active in this. The other point that Tajikistan is going for the first time in the regional level to submit one draft. It's about the strengthening cooperation on climate change and water nexus for sustainable development in Asia and the Pacific. And tomorrow we have, in the side event, we have the discussion regarding this draft resolution. And I hope that member states and other relevant organizations and donors, especially member states, will support Tajikistan initiative in the regional level. We are going to submit this level and to adopt this. We will be able to adopt this during the 81st session in April. And this, I think that this resolution will be the one way for strengthening and for collaboration, to establish the collaboration in glaciers preservation. Thank you very much.
Dear panelists, thank you for your contribution, and now it is an opportunity for participants to give your reaction. Okay, if not a quick reaction, let me to close our session. Once again, thank you for your excellent presentations and feedbacks. Thank the chair and the secretariat for opportunity provided me to be a moderator, and our session is closed. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator and distinguished panelists, for the very interesting deliberations. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I will now open the floor for interventions. I kindly ask the delegates and participants to focus their intervention on the issues raised during the panel presentations. Time for delivering of country statements will be allocated after the interventions. I now invite any interventions from distinguished delegates. I would like to first open the floor for interventions from member of country delegations. Please raise your nameplate to indicate your interest to take the floor. I see none, so Iran, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It was supposed to deliver the intervention, short intervention, after the first part of this agenda item. But anyway, thank you for giving me the floor. Mr. Chair, as a transboundary climate-induced environmental disaster, sand and dust storms are adversely affecting sustainability and resilience of countries in West Asia and beyond. Almost entire population in this region are exposed to medium and high level of poor air quality due to the sand and dust storms. According to the findings of sand and dust storms risk assessments in Asia and the Pacific. So it is very important to build partnerships, increase cooperation, and commit to practical action at the sub-regional, regional, and even intra-regional level to reduce risk and strengthen resilience to the negative transboundary impact of sand and dust storms. The Islamic Republic of Iran requests the Secretariat to build further collaboration and agreement with the other countries beyond ESCAP region that are members of United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Western Asia. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Iran. Just a quick clarification. Is that a country statement or just an intervention on the presentations?
Yeah, just the intervention
on
the previous...
Yes,
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kazakhstan, the statement, country statements will come under agenda item 4? Or would you like to make an intervention?
I would like to country statement. Yeah.
Oh, country statements will come later.
Okay.
Thank you. I see that there is no more request for interventions. Let me now open the floor for other participants' interventions. I see there is none, so can we move now to country statements? I see the delegation of China. You have the floor, ma'am.
尊敬的主席，各位代表，很高兴在这里交流分享中国在环境与发展挑战应对方面的一些做法。中国是生态环境先天脆弱、全球气候变化的敏感区。中国政府高度重视应对气候变化，实施积极应对气候变化国家战略，推动产业和能源结构调整，采取节能提高能效、增加森林碳汇、建立完善碳市场等一系列措施，取得积极进展。2023年，非化石能源占能源消费比重达到17.9%，新能源汽车生产和销售规模连续8年位居全球第一，风电机组等关键零部件的产量占到全球市场的70%以上，光伏产量连续多年保持全球第一，启动全球覆盖温室气体排放规模最大的碳市场上线交易，启动全国温室气体自愿减排交易市场。去年发布了甲烷排放控制行动方案。在空气污染防治方面，过去10年，中国在 GDP 翻一番的情况下，细颗粒物年均浓度下降了54%，重污染天数减少了83%，成为全球空气质量改善速度最快的国家。一是能源清洁化、低碳化水平不断提升。2013年至2022年，中国煤炭消费量占比由67.4%下降至56.2%，全国能源消费增量中2%来自清洁能源。第二是产业结构绿色转型取得实效。 11.1亿千瓦煤电机组完成超低排放改造，建成全球规模最大的清洁燃煤发电基地。3是交通运输体系进一步清洁化，深入推进公路转铁路、公路转水运。第4是大气污染治理体系不断完善，制修订并实施多项大气污染防治的法律法规。第5是破解长距离跨区域传输污染，自主开发的空气质量预测预报系统，针对细颗粒物污染过程预测准确率超过90%。在海洋环境保护方面，近年来全球海洋治理面临生物多样性减少、海洋资源过度开发、气候变化、陆源污染、海洋垃圾与微塑料等诸多挑战。为此，习近平主席提出了构建海洋命运共同体的重要理念。中国历来高度重视海洋生态文明建设，促进蓝色经济的可持续发展，加强海洋生态环境的综合治理，强化海洋生物生态的系统性保护，深入开展海洋生态环境监测、海洋微塑料等领域的合作。女士们、先生们，中国愿与亚太及世界各国加强合作，共同应对全球环境与发展问题和挑战。谢谢。
Thank you. Thank you, China. Let me give the floor now to the Republic of Korea. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Water issue from climate change, including typhoon and heavy rainfall, is one of the most complicating social problems with high uncertainty and urgency for immediate actions. We already discussed the great importance of solution for water issues that utilize digital technologies, such as AI and big data, as the UN Water Conference was held for the first time in 46 years in UN headquarters. Accordingly, Korea is currently constructing the big data system for information on dams, rivers, and other water-related data from closed-circuit TV, river monitoring equipment, satellite, and radar. Also, we are developing and operating AI-based water management simulation tools. Especially in urban areas, we are establishing the adaptation infrastructure to protect the public safety from climate disasters, for example, by installing deep drainage tunnels. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Republic of Korea. Can I now give the floor to India? You have the floor, sir.
Respected Mr. Chair, at the outset, I thank the Secretariat for the preparation of the background documents for this meeting. There is urgent need for climate action to address environment and development challenges, but climate action is impossible without adequate climate finance being made available to the Global South. Development in the Global South is intrinsically linked to global climate strategies. Hence, we must ensure that the benefits of climate action, including clean technology and capacity building, are equitably shared. India shares the concern regarding the threat posed by climate change at rising sea level, especially to the small island developing states. As reflection of this, India has successfully reduced the emission intensity vis-a-vis its GDP by 33% between 2005 and 2019, thus achieving the initial national development determined contributions target for 2030, 11 years ahead of the scheduled time. India leads global initiatives such as the International Solar Alliance and the Green Grids Initiative, the Infrastructure for Resilient Island States, the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, and the Global Biofuel Alliance, which benefit our partners in Asia and the Pacific. At the recent Asia-India Summit in Vientiane, India has announced the USD 5 million will be allocated from the Asian India Fund for Disaster Resilience. The International Solar Alliance is promoting solar energy use globally, fostering collaboration among solar-rich countries to enhance energy security. India's engagements in water and sanitation-related issues are based on our national priorities and policies for effective implementation of SDG 6. India is implementing 2 missions to ensure universal access to sanitation and drinking water. These are Water Life Mission, which aims at achieving universal and equitable access to safe and affordable drinking water for all by 2030, and the Clean India mission focused on achieving access to adequate and equitable sanitation and hygiene for all. On both targets, India has seen rapid progress and is poised to achieve these before 2030. In the spirit of solidarity with our partner countries, India will continue to support demand-driven sustainable development projects, including through initiatives such as the India-UN Development Partnership Fund. Thank you.
Thank you, India. Can I now give the floor to Bangladesh? You have the floor, sir.
Mr. Chair, Excellencies and distinguished delegates, in a region as interconnected as ours, environmental management must transcend national borders, encompassing shared ecosystems and transboundary rivers. However, we face significant challenges that require urgent regional cooperation. Climate change exacerbates these challenges, particularly in South Asia, where Bangladesh shares vital ecosystems and rivers such as Ganges, Brahmaputra, and Meghna with neighboring countries. The impact of glacier melt, unpredictable rainfall, and rising sea levels threaten water availability, agriculture, and livelihoods across the borders. In addition, transboundary environmental issues such as air pollution, ocean degradation are growing concern. South Asia is one of the most polluted regions in the world, with air quality contributing significantly to health and economic challenges. The region is also vulnerable to coastal erosion and loss of biodiversity due to climate change. This transboundary problem underscores the need for collective action. A holistic ecosystem-based approach to managing these shared resources is crucial. We subscribe to the 4 priority areas set up by the ESCAP and in its corresponding report. First, there is a need to strengthen cooperation on climate issues related to water, particularly transboundary rivers and glaciers. Second, the localization of the Sustainable Development Goals, including for sustainable urban development, offers an opportunity for cities across the region to promote cross-fertilization of ideas and bottom-up integrated planning. Third, climate action for the oceans can accelerate the efforts to protect marine ecosystems, reduce emissions from the shipping, and harness ocean-based renewable energy. Finally, enhancing cooperation on clean air initiative is essential for addressing the region's significant air quality challenges. Bangladesh fully supports these areas of action and proposes the following key steps to enhance regional cooperation. First, we need to prepare plans at the right scale, focusing on entire ecosystem and transboundary river basins rather than isolated national initiatives. Bangladesh has also long advocated for an ecosystem-based approach to managing shared rivers and water resources. This is in line with global frameworks such as the SDGs Goal 6 and Goal 13. Second, we must implement joint programs for managing these shared resources. Bangladesh supports regional efforts to develop and share early warming system for natural disaster, particularly those related to flooding and water shortages. Third, mobilizing adequate international resources through meaningful global partnership remains crucial. Bangladesh, for instance, has established the Bangladesh Climate Change Trust Fund, which has already invested $490 million in climate resilience projects. However, the growing financing gap for both adaptation and mitigation can only be realized through further enhancing and streamlining access to existing international climate financing mechanism. The commitment on a new quantified collective goal from COP29 later this year would be a lifeline for millions impacted by climate change around the world. Fourth, technology transfer and knowledge sharing must be prioritized. Access to advanced technologies such as remote sensing, AI-based climate monitoring tools, and intelligent transportation system will strengthen regional resilience. Such access remains critical for saving lives and livelihoods being disrupted by the loss and damage caused by the climate change and environmental degradation. To conclude, regional cooperation is no longer an option, but a necessity in the face of shared environment and development challenges. Bangladesh remains committed to working closely with its neighbors and partners in Asia and the Pacific to meet these challenges together. I thank you all.
Thank you, Bangladesh. Can I now give the floor to Kazakhstan? You have the floor, ma'am.
Уважаемый господин председатель, уважаемая госпожа исполнительный секретарь СКАТа, заместитель генерального секретаря ООН, уважаемые коллеги, от имени правительства Республики Казахстан и по поручению министра экологии и природных ресурсов господина Нысанбаева позвольте выразить искренние пожелания успехов, продуктивной работы на этой важной сессии. С первых дней независимости Казахстан зарекомендовал себя как ответственный участник международных процессов, направленных на решение глобальных экологических проблем. И сегодня, когда все человечество сталкивается с беспрецедентными вызовами, такими как изменение климата, истощение природных ресурсов и утрата биоразнообразия, Казахстан делает особый акцент на необходимости региональной технологической трансформации и переходе к низкоуглеродному развитию. Стремление достичь углеродной нейтральности в 2060 году является нашим амбициозным, но абсолютно реалистичным планом. И ключевым элементом нашей стратегии достижения этой цели является технологическая трансформация и внедрение передовых экологически чистых технологий. Казахстан планирует активно развивать проекты в области возобновляемой энергетики, цифровизации, инновационных решений в управлении ресурсами, а также сокращения выбросов парниковых газов. Казахстан активно участвует в этих преобразованиях, осознавая необходимость синергии экологической политики и технологической трансформации. В настоящее время в Казахстане выстроена политика в области экологии и охраны окружающей среды. Разработан ряд стратегий и законов, направленных на устойчивое развитие и ускорение внедрения экологически чистых и наилучших доступных технологий. В рамках нового закона Казахстана о науке и научно-технологической политике, экологического кодекса, стратегии перехода к низкоуглеродной нейтральности до 2060 года и концепции по переходу к зеленой экономике, мы активно реализуем меры стимулирования и поддержки инноваций для эффективного использования природных ресурсов. В настоящее время мы работаем над совершенствованием законодательных мер для достижения углеродного регулирования. Сегодня перед нами стоят вызовы, требующие не просто обсуждения, но и активных действий в области экологической политики. Казахстан также выступает в роли интегратора зеленых климатических инициатив в регионе Центральной Азии. Важно отметить, что мы видим будущее Центральной Азии как региона, где климатические и экологические проблемы решаются совместными усилиями всех заинтересованных сторон. Страны региона могут извлечь выгоду из совместного использования передовых технологий и трансферта знаний. Поэтому Казахстан уделяет особое внимание международному сотрудничеству, особенно в вопросах трансфера технологий и привлечения инвестиций в зеленые проекты. И сегодня перед лицом глобальных вызовов, связанных с изменением климата, Казахстан призывает объединить усилия всех стран СКАТа в области технологического обмена знаниями и трансферта технологий на опыте разработки и реализации программы партнерства «Зеленый мост», поддержанная 3 резолюциями ООН, которая является флагмановской программой Казахстана для продвижения совместных стратегий обмена технологиями и лучшими практиками между странами региона. Это сегодня единственная глобальная программа, объединившая 2 региона – Европу и Азиатско-Тихоокеанский регион. Международная реализация идеи программы партнерства «Зеленый мост» заключается в создании глобального партнерства и механизма трансферта зеленых знаний, инноваций и технологий в области зеленой экономики. На сегодняшний день эту глобальную инициативу продвигает 17 стран мира, в том числе страны ОСР и Азиатско-Тихоокеанского региона. Программа партнерства «Зеленый мост» актуальна и на сегодняшний день. как политическая основа и идеология, содержащая ряд практически неотложных направлений, касающихся адаптации к изменению климата в регионе, таких как сокращение горных, водных и других экосистем, устойчивая энергетика, ее доступность и эффективность, обеспечение продовольственной безопасности, городская инфраструктура и транспорт и другие направления. В этой связи наше Министерство экологии и природных ресурсов Республики Казахстан предлагает инициативу перезагрузки программы партнерства «Зеленый мост» и содействия с новыми реалиями, в соответствии с новыми реалиями и вызовами. Для интеграции усилий по борьбе с изменением климата мы видим, что необходимо создать региональную технологическую платформу стран ESCAP, которая обеспечит эффективный обмен знаниями и зелеными технологиями. Эта платформа позволит интегрировать новейшие технологии и передовые практики, а также поддержит как государственные и частные структуры. Поэтому в своем выступлении я бы хотела обратить ваше внимание на практическую организацию самих процессов технологической трансформации и переходе к низкоуглеродному развитию через многостороннее партнерство. Одним из инструментов этой технологической платформы мы видим, что это будет цифровая инициатива Digital Green Bridge. В этой связи мы видим практический потенциал цифровой платформы, которая может объединить ученых, бизнес и государственные структуры для обмена опытом и новейшими практиками. Платформа станет механизмом для быстрого и эффективного обмена инновациями и решениями ключевых экологических задач. Мы призываем страны ESCAP присоединиться к нашей инициативе, разделяя не только процессные цифровые ресурсы, но и производственные решения в области экологически чистых технологий, которые помогут сократить выбросы и создать устойчивую зеленую экономику. Мы призываем все страны ESCAP поддержать данную инициативу, создание общей технологической платформы для взаимовыгодного механизма технологического обмена и трансфера зеленых климатических технологий. Только совместными усилиями мы сможем справиться с глобальными вызовами.
Can you round up, please?
Yeah.
We're going beyond 6 minutes now. Thank you.
Казахстан готов к активному сотрудничеству с ESCAP и другими международными организациями для продвижения данной инициативы. Благодарю за внимание.
Thank you, madam.
I also want to add some to item 4.
Sorry, Kazakhstan.
We do this afterwards. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Can I ask Tajikistan? You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Chair. I will be very brief. Currently, the government of Tajikistan is implementing its national strategy for development until 2030, the main purpose of which is to improve the well-being of the population through sustainable social and economic development. With the aim to successfully address a complex of social, economic, and ecological issues, we have identified within the National Development Strategy until 2030 such strategic goals as ensuring energy independence, breaking the communication deadlock, ensuring food security, and accelerated industrialization, without which the achievement of sustainable development goals seems to be rather difficult. I would also like to note that further development of hydro energy and renewable energy are issues of top priority for Tajikistan. Moreover, Tajikistan has been developing long-term plans to supply the ecological sound energy generated at our hydropower station to the South Asia countries through the project CASA 1000. Efficient use of water resources, which are becoming most vulnerable because of climate change, plays an important role in the process of sustainable economic development. One can say with the confidence that in this respect much has been accomplished with the International Decade Water for Sustainable Development 2018-2028 initiated by Tajikistan to provide favorable opportunities for cooperation towards integrated management of water resources. Water scarcity, particularly threatening the well-being of billions of people worldwide, remains a fundamental obstacle to sustainable development. In recent years, Tajikistan has witnessed a significant increase in number of extreme natural phenomena. Every year, natural disasters in the form of floods, flooding, mud flow, avalanches, and landslide cause serious damage to the population and the economy of the country. The negative impact of climate change on the quantity and quality of the fresh water resources is becoming increasingly evident. In Tajikistan, over the past decades, there has been recorded a significant degradation of glaciers, which are of vital importance for the entire Central Asia. According to available data, due to climate change in the country, up to 1,000 glaciers have disappeared and about 35% of glaciers have degraded. Recognizing water resources of the main component of sustainable development, the countries of the region are concerned with the change of the hydrological cycle that adversely affects water, energy, and food security and can lead to the additional risk of floods and severe drought. Demographic growth of the region's population and reduction in the area of glaciers and snowfields, which are the main sources of water for regional rivers under the influence of global climate change, affect water supply in the countries of the region. In this situation, the countries of the region have to revise their programs and strategies for water use, especially in agriculture, and adopt collective measures to promote sustainable development. Hydropower stations, which generate about 98% of electricity, form base of the country's power engineering. The government of the country is taking comprehensive measures to balance the production and consumption of the energy through the modernization and expansion of existing hydropower plants, the construction of new hydropower stations, and the widespread use of solar and wind energy, and the introduction of up-to-date energy conservation methods. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tajikistan. Distinguished colleagues, we're really uptight for time, and before I give the floor to the organizations, I would like to once again remind for timekeeping to 3 minutes. I now give the floor to Japan. You have the floor, ma'am.
So my comments are brief. So Japan's committed to facilitating its own climate action as well as assisting others. Japan's Joint Credit Mechanisms, or JCM, is such a system that facilitates adoption and diffusion of decarbonizing technologies and services, as well as implementation of mitigation actions, and contributes to sustainable development of partner countries, as well as our own, through the credit system in line with Article 6 of the UNFCCC. To date, Japan has funded over 250 projects with 29 countries and 219 projects with 18 countries from the ESCAP membership. We hope to catalyze further innovative actions together through the use of the JCM and invite countries in the region in joining this collaborative effort in promoting low-emission sustainable development together. Thanks.
Thank you, Japan. Can we go to international organizations now? I see UN Habitat. You have the floor.
Distinguished Chair, thank you very much. Excellencies, representatives of diplomatic corps, partners, and friends. My name is Srinivasa Popuri. I'm the Deputy Regional Director for Asia Pacific of UN Habitat. I'm quite honored to be addressing all of you on behalf of United Nations Under Secretary General and our UN Habitat newly appointed Executive Director, Madam Ana Claudia Rosbach. Allow me, by acknowledging the great efforts of ESCAP, who have for long been our partners in championing sustainable urban development in the region. Together, we have continuously cooperated on regional reports, an Asia-Pacific Mayors Forum, and the newly established SDG localization platforms, as well as supporting the member states in the region on smart cities. Excellencies, by 2050, as many of the speakers have alluded yesterday and today morning, UN Habitat and the United Nations Environment Program estimate due to rapid urbanization, demographic growth, and economic development, humanity will be generating close to 3.8 billion tons of municipal solid waste annually, while open dumping sites are also responsible for almost 10 to 12% of the global greenhouse gas emissions, are expected to grow almost 2.6 billion tons of carbon emissions by 2050. So we would like to make a humble appeal to all the member states in the region to promote the 4R principles for reducing, reusing, recycling, and recovering the waste, and the adoption of low-cost practices such as Fukuoka method for zero waste management by adopting semi-aerobic landfills as implemented in several countries in the region, as well as city plans of action for marine plastic litter, which foster a high-level community involvement. Related to the oceans and the waters, I'm pleased to share UN Habitat along with ESCAP are now collaborating to address the emerging threat of land subsidence, which is often not talked about. It's a silent crisis of sinking cities in Asia Pacific. While coastal cities are at the risk of sea level rise and the frequent climate-induced disasters, as many panelists today have pointed out, many of the region's cities, both coastal and inland, are sinking due to lack of adequate urban planning and also inadequate management of natural resources, placing millions of communities at risk, and trillions of dollars in physical and cultural assets are also at risk. We need all your support. As today we discuss the crucial role of regional cooperation, I would like to congratulate the ASEAN member states for their leadership in advancing coherent approaches to climate action and development through the ASEAN Secretariat. We are very proud to collaborate with the Secretariat and its member states since 2020 in implementing the ASEAN Sustainable Urbanization Strategy, and we reaffirm our commitment to support the ASEAN Smart Cities Network, ASEAN cities and the countries toward an inclusive, smart and prosperous urban future. In this regard, let me take this opportunity to thank the incumbent chair of ASEAN, Lao PDR, in championing sustainable urbanization, and we look forward to continuing this with Malaysia in its chairmanship. Excellencies, we are grateful for your resounding registration for the 12th World Urban Forum in Cairo, Egypt, that is going to be held from 4th November to 8th November, with already over 15,000 participants registered. And let me share almost over 2,000 participants are from the Asia Pacific member states here. And UN Habitat would like to echo our commitment to ESCAP in supporting member states in the localization of SDGs. We commend increasing initiatives and commitments to implement key processes such as voluntary local reviews to accelerate, monitor, and report on the progress of climate action and urban development. We stand by ready to support and promote ESCAP SDG localization platform that was launched yesterday as a leading example of space of collaboration and exchange in the Asia-Pacific region. On the same lines, we would like to congratulate Government of Malaysia in launching, or to be launched at the World Urban Forum, a new urban agenda platform to support all the member states in the Asia-Pacific region. So last but not the least, we would like to congratulate the Bureau of Asia-Pacific Conference on Housing and Urban Development and the Permanent Secretariat by Government of India for reviving it and for Malaysia to coming forward with the expression of interest to host the next Asia-Pacific Conference on Housing and Urban Development of 68 member states in the region. It's a huge undertaking bringing together all these member states to Penang in Malaysia next year. We look forward to see you all both in Cairo as well as in Penang. Thank you, Excellency.
Thank you, UN Habitat. Our last intervention will be from the Center for IMTGT, and this will be the last one. I give you the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Center for Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand Growth Triangle Sub-Regional Cooperation, or CIMT, I would like to express our appreciation for the opportunity to participate and contribute to this important discussion on strengthening regional cooperation. As a sub-regional corporation established more than 30 years ago with the aim to accelerate economic development in the sub-region, the Indonesia-Malaysia-Thailand Growth Triangle, or IMTGT, focuses on collaborative action in tackling various environmental challenges. The IMTGT institutional mechanism allows us to build strong and direct relationship with cities, provinces, and municipalities, as well with national governments to promote green growth, urban sustainability, and climate resilience across the IMTGT sub-region. This well-established network ensures that national policies and strategies are aligned with local priorities, facilitates the localization of global agenda, including the Sustainable Development Goals, as well as promote transboundary collaborative action to foster sustainable climate resilient growth in the IMTGT sub-region. As we explore ways to strengthen regional cooperation, allow me to highlight 3 areas where IMTGT can contribute. First, by localizing the SDGs for sustainable urban development through the implementation of the IMTGT Sustainable Urban Development Framework, SUDF, and the Green City Action Plan, GCAP. CIMT actively promotes the IMTGT Green Cities Initiative, where cities pursue integrated urban development and environmental planning through the preparation and implementation of the Green City Action Plan, or GCAP, to identify prioritized actions and recommendations for green city investments and financing mechanism. GCAPs have guided cities such as Melaka, Padang, and Hat Yai to implement initiatives in sustainable waste management, green mobility, and energy-efficient infrastructure, directly contributing to SDG 11 on sustainable cities and communities. Further, the SUDF provides a comprehensive framework for cities to pursue sustainable urban practices covering integrated urban development, environment and climate resilience, and energy and resource-efficient urban infrastructure and services. These efforts align with the committee's call to localize development and environmental challenges for sustainable development and support inclusive and integrated urban development. The second area is on solid waste management. In partnership with UN ESCAP, CIMT is assisting IMTGT cities to conduct pre-feasibility studies on integrated solid waste management practices. Effective waste management incorporates composting, recycling, and waste-to-energy solutions that not only reduce landfill waste, but also promote resource recovery, circular economy, and environmental sustainability. By engaging local communities in waste segregation and recycling efforts, we can foster a sense of environmental stewardship while simultaneously improving urban resilience as well as air and water quality. And thirdly, by enhancing regional cooperation and capacity building. CIMT fosters regional cooperation by facilitating knowledge exchange, partnerships, and joint project implementation across the IMTGT member countries. Capacity building is central to our approach through training programs for city officials and collaboration with partners such as ESCAP, GIZ, and ICLE, which, among others, provides technical support and enhances capacities for cities to access climate financing. In conclusion, CIMT believes that effective regional cooperation requires strong partnerships at the local level. Through our close engagement with mayors, governors, city officials, as well as national governments, CIMT is well positioned to facilitate project implementation and scale up successful initiatives across the sub-region. In this regard, CIMT invites collaboration with partners in strengthening regional cooperation, empowering local governments, and localizing sustainable development frameworks. We believe that by leveraging our strong network with local authorities, we can scale up impactful initiatives that support both national priorities and regional frameworks. Thank you, and we look forward to strengthening our collaboration with ESCAP and all partners in achieving our shared objectives.
Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I would like to thank all of you for these informative statements. And I would now like to draw your attention to document ESCAP/CED 8/5, which contains 2 recommendations and 3 decisions to consider. We will first consider recommendation 1, which reads as follows. The Committee on Environment and Development recommends that the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific consider providing the Secretariat with guidance on strengthening regional cooperation on climate issues relating to water, including glaciers and transboundary basins, to support multilateral and bilateral cooperation among members and associate members of the Commission with a view to jointly mitigating the adverse impacts of climate change on water resources and enhancing the resilience of communities and societies to to water-related disasters. May I ask if there are any delegations who would like to comment on draft recommendation 1 for the consideration of the Commission session? India, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have 2 points in this regard. One is procedural, other one is substantive. This discussion so far on the water issue at the UN, including UNGA, to best of our research and understanding, has been focused on SDG 6, which focuses on ensuring access to water and sanitation for all. And there are 8 very well-defined targets within this framework for multilateral cooperation on this issue. This is also the International Decade for Action for Water for Sustainable Development, 2018 to 2028. And recently there has been a resolution of the UNGA 77/334, which also inter alia decides that in 2026 there will be United Nations Water Conference to accelerate the implementation of Sustainable Development Goal 6. The way the recommendation here in this report has been framed, it doesn't make any reference to the SDG 6. Our suggestion, therefore, would be to reframe it, because the issues that have been raised here are relatively newer issues. We don't have full information and knowledge about what exactly we are trying to achieve by bringing these issues in ESCAP. Therefore, if this needs to be discussed, we may discuss the whole SDG 6 and not specific issues related to water at this stage. There is much discussion which is going to happen in next few years. So in our understanding, we are at a very nascent stage to discuss such specific technical issues within the ambit of ESCAP. And secondly, the committee is a technical body. We are not very confident as to how we can recommend something to the Commission and seek guidance on a technical matter. Maybe it is better that the committee looks at this issue at a more detail with more information and gives a recommendation to the commission rather than it being the other way around. So these are the 2 suggestions that I have at this moment.
Thank you, India. Your concerns are noted. Can I ask whether do you have any specific text to be introduced into this text?
Not at this moment, Mr. Chair. I would like if any other delegation has similar views or any other views, and then maybe we can work together. Thank you.
Thank you, India. Any other delegation wishing to take the floor? Noting India's suggestions, proposals on the procedural and substantive matters pertaining to the current draft. United States, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chair. I just wondered if it might be useful to reframe. We've discussed earlier about broadening concepts out to not cherry pick specific issues, and whether we should reframe this to read guidance on strengthening regional cooperation on climate issues relating to water, and leave it there, or even broader issues relating to SDG 6, as the Indian delegate mentioned.
Thank you.
And the Russian Federation.
So US, are you, okay, is that your proposal? The deletion?
To SDG 6, yeah. Thank you.
Yes, and including SDG 6. Can I give the floor to the Russian Federation, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To be honest, I'm perplexed with the way the recommendation stands. I have to say from the outset that the sentiments expressed by both delegation of India and United States, they're way more appealing to my delegation, way more appealing. But even with those sentiments taken into account, how that would plug into the forthcoming session of the Commission. Look how a recommendation stands, and now we deal with the kind of practicalities and procedural implications. The committee recommends that Commission consider providing guidance. So the next session topic has been decided by the session of the Commission this year, and it will be on urban development. Would this recommendation entail or imply that a new agenda item will be added on the agenda of the forthcoming session of the Commission? And if it is the case, so then we will arrive to the Commission next year without adequate understanding what we all as delegations mean by soliciting actually, or by giving guidance to the Secretariat on water. The Ministerial Declaration 2022 has already indicated actually water as actually one of the main thematic areas which have to be at the center of the Secretariat activity. It is already there. If we need some flash or some specific elements to be added, so then we need a conversation. We didn't have this conversation yet. What we had today, we had actually a roundtable discussion. I wouldn't say that many delegation, and I would say zero delegation, almost zero delegation participated in this conversation. So what can we meaningfully deduce for those guidance we might expect from the delegation? Or it is a home task given to the delegation. Please get ready, come with your guidance next session. But next session, again, the vicious circle is concluded. The next session, it's about urban development. We do not have an appetite to go with recommendation. We are absolutely fine with the understanding of the paramount importance of water issues. We think that we are there already, taking into account the Ministerial Declaration of 2022, and we do not foresee any specific guidance. I would add, atop on that, I would add that I do see actually additional layers of complications. They are actually explicitly disclosed in the way the recommendation is formulated, because it gives actually kind of a flavor of what might be the focus of those guidance. Glaciers, transboundary basins. We do not believe that this fully plugs into the expectations what at least my delegation have. So we do not support this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Russian Federation. Can I give the floor to Japan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We also looked at this paragraph with a lot of, it just generated a lot of questions that led to more questions, and we also had the same issue with regard to the request by the committee to the Commission and what kind of procedural implications this entails. We also understand that the subject matter could potentially, I mean, this was really introduced for the first time in which we didn't really have detailed guidance or detailed clarity on what we are really walking into towards the Commission. So our question really was, well, what is the procedure that would be necessary in providing guidance to the Secretariat? So the only way that we saw this kind of being a little bit viable is with a textual addition, second line, and second line, this with at the end of the second line, procedures to be taken in providing guidance. And this is not with very high conviction, but this is the only way out that we could see from this situation. We're also cognizant that ESCAP used to have a water division, and we made a very active choice as member states to scrap that division. So we also had questions about the Secretariat's capacity in delivering this sort of work also. So we have a host of questions, but this is just one suggestion, but we are not 100% infused with this recommendation as a total. Thank you.
Thank you, delegations. UK, you have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. Many thanks to all colleagues for sharing their views, particularly on the water issues. Our colleague from Tajikistan, the conversation has been enlightening, but I am here to sort of agree with our colleagues from Japan and from Russia as well, and India, on sort of trying to understand here what this recommendation would actually entail and result in. I suggest that what would be helpful in the longer term is to provide some guidance, perhaps through ACPR, to member states on where we specifically would think these issues could be raised during the Commission, given that the topic of urban development is there. So perhaps through that process, that would be helpful. But for now, looking at the textual wording, the suggestions provided by Japan, I think, would be adequate, but similarly would be minded to also agree with Russia in just removing the recommendation, should that make it easier. Thank you.
Thank you, UK. Any other views? India, I see your flag. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me another opportunity to reflect on this. Just to quickly respond to what we have heard from other colleagues in the room, the suggestion from the United States to add climate-related issues relating to SDG 6, we are not completely comfortable with that because SDG 6 has many dimensions to it. We don't know what climate-related issues to it SDG 6 would be. So maybe that doesn't really entirely address our concern. The procedural aspect, of course, remains a question to our understanding, to all the delegations who have spoken so far. Therefore, we tend to agree with our colleagues from the Russian Federation that we can delete this recommendation for the time being. Maybe through ACPR or any other relevant process, we can have a further discussion on this issue and come back better prepared to take on this question at a future date. Thank you.
Thank you, India. Distinguished delegates, I've seen that there's not sufficient appetite towards this text, and there's also processes that will enable to pick it up later, and it's also covered in the ministerial declaration. So my proposal is, as supporting all of you, to delete this paragraph. Can we all agree to that? Thank you. We will now move to draft recommendation 2, which reads as follows. The Committee on Environment and Development recommends that the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific take note of the regional initiative on ocean-based climate action discussed at the Regional Dialogue on Ocean-Based Climate Action and recognize it as a voluntary modality to support the implementation of Commission Resolution 79/2 and as a regional contribution to the 2025 United Nations Conference to support the implementation of SDG 14, conserve and sustainably use the oceans, seas, and marine resources for sustainable development. May I ask if there are any delegations who would like to comment on this recommendation? Can I give Indonesia the floor first? Indonesia, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think for this paragraph, Indonesia would like to suggest a bit amendment just to make sure that it will factually represent the ongoing process that happened regarding the initiative itself. So our suggestion is actually to strike through from the recommend until Pacific. And then the readout will be the Committee of Environment and Development take notes, the Regional Initiative on Ocean-Based Climate Action that was launched in principles, during the regional dialogue on ocean-based climate action, and then strike through, and then in support to the implementation, strike through until modality, in support to the implementation of the Commission Resolution 79/2, and welcome, strike to recognize, and welcome its possible submission as a voluntary regional contribution. Voluntary regional contribution. That's true. And that's supposed to be the 2025 United Nations Ocean Conference, right? And then perhaps add another another sentence. The wording will be, the committee requests the secretariats continue support, including through facilitating consideration by related sub-programs as appropriate, subject to the availability of resources. Yes, for the committee consideration. And looking at the nature of the current paragraph, I think Indonesia is quite open that this would not be a recommendation per se, but probably going to be a decision of the committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia, for those edits, and it makes it a decision now. Can I invite comments? Russian Federation, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's multiple layers of confusion, honestly, and like a magic nod. Can we request the Secretariat to give a clarification which regional dialogue we are talking about and which initiative on ocean-based climate change we are talking? Thank you.
Thank you, Russian Federation. Can I ask the Secretariat to provide a response? Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Russian Federation. The regional dialogue on ocean-based climate action refers to the dialogue organized on 19 September this year in this room, which was requested by the resolution 79/2. So this resolution requests the Secretariat to host this regional dialogue. So in accordance with this resolution, so we, Secretariat and governments of Indonesia, Fiji, and Maldives jointly organized the regional dialogue. And prior to this regional dialogue, government of Indonesia, in partnership with other governments, presented their intention to initiate this, to propose this initiative. So during the Asia Pacific Day of Ocean, organized end of last year, the delegation from Indonesia presented the initial outline, and then the second draft was presented during a side event of a commission session, 80th commission session, and then the draft was circulated to member state, all member states, early August, so for receiving their feedback. So there was serious process for informing other member states and receiving feedback. So the delegation from Indonesia spoke earlier. So Indonesia is currently in the process of incorporating feedbacks received before and during the Ocean Dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. India, can I give you the floor? Then United States.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and just wanted to clarify a couple of points. What do we mean when we say we welcome its possible submission as a voluntary regional contribution to a particular conference which will happen next year? I mean, I just want to know if the modalities of the conference has provisions for voluntary regional contribution, and what would be the format in which we make this voluntary regional contribution. And can we welcome something which will possibly be submitted? So I understand that this is all in the future. So can we welcome something which is yet to happen? Just these are technical questions. Maybe Secretariat can help us to find answers. Thank you.
Can I ask the Secretary to respond to your request, India? Thank you.
The UN Ocean Conference invite member state or regional institutions, or international organizations, and any multi-stakeholder or multilateral parties to submit their voluntary commitments to the implementation in support of those agenda items of a UN Ocean Conference. So this forthcoming UN Ocean Conference to be held in France in June will consist of 10 action points. So those 10 action points are largely categorized into two groups. One is a substantive part, including marine ecosystem and waste and climate and ocean, and another elements of this 10 ocean action agenda is about the modality, including financing. So at the last UN Ocean Conference, ESCAP and UNEP, UNESCO, so these the regional decade program partners also submitted our regional processes, information of our regional processes as a voluntary commitments. And there are two modalities for submitting such voluntary contributions to UN Ocean Conference. One is by member state. Perhaps if governments of Indonesia, Fiji, Maldives could jointly submit this as a voluntary regional contribution to UN Ocean Conference. Another option would be Secretariat, ESCAP Secretariat on behalf of our member state could also present this as a regional voluntary contribution to the UN Ocean Conference. Thank you.
Can I give the floor to the US?
I just wanted to seek a procedural clarification in the sense that I recall when this voluntary initiative was launched in principle, as we see here in the text, member states provided input into that process, and then I understood from the Secretariat just now that the final draft of the proposal has not yet been circulated. So I'm curious as to whether it is good procedure to take note of the initiative when we haven't seen the final initiative yet, and many member states, including the United States, provided input into that process. Thank you.
Thank you, United States. Russian Federation. Can I? Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honestly, this is kind of perplexing exercise again. What we have in the resolution as adopted by the UN ESCAP, it actually reads to convene a dialogue prior to the UN Conference on Oceans. That's it, full stop. It does not actually address the issue of providing this or that kind of input for the forthcoming international conference to be held in 2025. The resolution, the modalities of this conference to be held in 2025, when it deals with the issue of inputs. The only paragraph what we could actually scroll down, this encourages states and international donors to provide voluntary contributions to trust fund. Maybe we are missing something. Please, we need further guidance. But the whole issue looks kind of perplexing. If this dialogue is supposed or was construed by some delegations that might be input or will provide an information, regional information to the forthcoming conference in 2025. So the legitimate part for this kind of mandate was the resolution the UN ESCAP adopted on oceans, 79/2, which is not the case. So the resolution did not request the member states to provide an input to the forthcoming conference. And then all of a sudden, we see now an attempt to present the dialogue as a contribution or input or information which may be provided as an input for the forthcoming conference. This is weird. And even if it is the case, so then the normal sequencing of steps would have entailed actually the presentation of the outcome of this dialogue for this session, so that we could address the conclusions or summary, so that we could see the summary of this dialogue, and then discuss and agree, if we want to agree, this outcome of the dialogue to be an input for conference, which is also not the case. So this is quite a clumsy sequencing of steps. We are not ready actually for that kind, of rubber stamping something that might be as a meaningful contribution from UN ESCAP for the conference in 2025. My capital wonks, my lawyers, and my colleagues in New York dealing with the issues of oceans, and they would not be happy with this kind of activities being so easily taken by the UN ESCAP. I cannot take this responsibility. Sorry about that. I'm talking very openly to you, and I'm sharing that very openly, very honestly with my colleagues. No, we cannot support this kind of this kind of steps as proposed, neither in terms of procedure nor in terms of the substantive issues that might form the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Russian Federation. Before I give the floor to other delegations, just a note on the interpretation. I would like to bring to your attention that interpretation services will cease at the end of the allotted time, which is 5 o'clock. It's already past 5 by 3 minutes. If the meeting agrees, we may continue a little longer in order to complete the list of registered speakers. Does any delegation have any objection to this? You have the floor, Russian Federation.
Благодарю вас, господин председатель. У нас нет возражений предоставить слово тем выступающим, которые еще числятся в списках выступающих. Но я хотел бы абсолютно прямо сказать, что если после этого перевод будет прекращен, а нам будет предложено продолжить работу по рассмотрению имеющихся у нас рекомендаций и решений, то, пожалуйста, зафиксируйте официальное возражение Российской Федерации против такого порядка действий. Мы не будем готовы продолжать работу без перевода. Спасибо.
Thank you, Russian Federation and distinguished colleagues. I've been advised that translation can go till 5:15, and then we'll decide from there on how to proceed from there. So with that, can I give the floor to the other speakers who have yet to speak, particularly Indonesia? If you can provide that clarification to the United States on that logistical, on that procedural clarification. before I give the floor to India. Indonesia, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think in regard to the comment mentioned by our colleague or the delegate from the U.S., during the dialogue itself, there are a lot of input that was given to us and to the co-host. So nowadays, I think we still, doing some kind of work to actually trying to make sure that all input was taken and then perhaps try to merge it together in that draft of initiative. That's one of the reasons why there has been some delays, and we are nowadays consulting with our technicals ministry to actually to make sure that everything that was discussed during the dialogue will be taken within that initiative.
Thank you, Indonesia. US, you happy with that clarification? Before I give the floor to India?
Well, yeah, I mean, it makes perfect sense, and we're all doing our best to accommodate people's input, but I do find it a little strange to take note of an initiative that we haven't defined yet in final form, in addition to some other concerns that other member states have made.
Thank you, US. India, can I give you the floor, ma'am?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll be very brief. Just wanted to understand, what do we, is it a voluntary regional contribution or is it a commitment? Because I think when Secretariat spoke, I heard the word commitment. So a clarification in that regard, what would be the nature of the contribution that we are talking about? Is it a contribution in monetary terms, technical terms? Is it a framework? How do we go about it? I think my question is also very closely aligned with what United States has asked. The final form of it, we are yet to decide. So if anybody has any insight into it, we will be benefited from that. Thank you.
Thank you, India. The Secretary will provide clarifications, but let me go first to Japan. Ma'am, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We do share some of the sentiments that has been given on the issues with regard to implications of procedure and also implications of setting a precedent going forward on something of this nature. We were a little bit surprised, to be honest, on the draft initiative of the Resolution 79/2 included very, very specific activities. And if that's what we are kind of implying as being tied to Resolution 79/2, we just don't recall some of those activities being even referred to or mentioned in the process of the negotiation. So there are many issues, I think, that are kind of linked to the text that's been proposed here, and I think that's why there are related sub-programs reference that's being added here. But we just don't know whether we have time to sort of finalize the text. We also asked the Secretariat whether we can continue on with all the decisions today without translation, if that option is available from a procedural standpoint.
Can I ask the Secretary to provide this clarification?
Translation?
No.
First, the question from India. So the language under the UN Ocean Conference is commitments. So whether national body or international or non-stakeholder bodies are invited to submit their voluntary commitments. So it's not contribution. The language is a commitment. And and we were just advised that after 5:15, we cannot continue this without interpretation service. Huh? We can, I mean, without interpretation. We can continue, but we'd have to note the Russian objection. Could you clarify?
Distinguished delegates, we can continue review of the decisions, but noting the objection from the Russian Federation.
I give you the floor, Russian Federation. You have the floor, sir.
Уважаемый господин председатель, неправильно это. Ну, послушайте, что мы предлагаем. Давайте мы сделаем вид, что мы не нарушаем правила, и продолжим работу, приняв к сведению возражения Российской Федерации. Это предлагается? Или я немножечко неправильно понял секретариат?
My understanding is that we can, with the consent of the committee, proceed on the review of the decisions, noting the objection of the Russian Federation.
Can I give the floor to the Russian Federation? You have the floor, sir.
Ну да. Именно, значит, я правильно понял предложение. We can continue noting the objection. So what? So what? Уважаемые коллеги, мы с вами находимся в рамках официальной пленарной сессии. Plenary session. Соответственно, действуют правила процедуры ESCAP, которые совершенно четко предполагают обеспечение перевода. Мы не готовы создавать прецедент нарушения. Если организация работы была предусмотрена таким образом, что существенно значимые вопросы ушли за горизонт предоставленного времени, то это очевидная недоработка, ошибка секретариата. Она не может исправляться за счет ущемления официального использования всех языков. Как это предусмотрено правилами процедуры. У нас в русском языке есть пословица, которая иногда используется лихими водителями. Светофор был красный, но он был не очень красный, поэтому можно ехать. Так вот, светофор красный, мы возражаем. Thank you.
Indeed, the traffic light is red now. It's 5:15 or 16. So the question is, how can we proceed from here to complete the agenda items before us? I fully appreciate, I fully understand the views that has been expressed. So we are not going any further with interpretation. And Russian Federation, sorry.
Спасибо, господин председатель. Я не собирался вас перебивать. Но предложение, по-моему, может быть найдено, решение может быть найдено. Посмотрите на программу работы завтрашнего дня. For tomorrow. У нас же первая половина дня не задействована для пленарных заседаний. Ну, хорошо, давайте в 9 часов соберем очередную пленарную сессию и продолжим работу.
Can I seek the views of delegates? There's a motion in place for us to continue tomorrow morning. Is there any violent opposition from the delegates?
So to clarify, in order for the report and the translation of the report into the official languages to be made available tomorrow, for the adoption of the report, we would need to continue to resolve the decisions that would be included in that report. If we were to convene tomorrow morning, there would be no way to produce the final report for the committee.
United States, can I give you the floor, sir?
So I don't wonder if we could meet in the morning, you could translate and circulate after the committee has recessed and adopt under silence procedure. Yeah? Just trying to be helpful.
Distinguished delegates, I've been advised that we have to continue in order for the committee to adopt the report, the decisions. The committee has to adopt the decisions. So I'm looking to my colleague, the flags. I give you the floor, my friend. Russian Federation.
My distinguished friend, my colleague, мой уважаемый друг, я вас давно хорошо знаю. Спасибо за дружеское обращение. Второе, спасибо переводчикам, которые еще в будке. И поверьте, это не повод для шуток, то, что сейчас происходит. Поверьте мне, я бывал свидетелем массы ситуаций, когда во имя неких, казалось бы, благородных целей в жертву приносятся принципиальные положения закона. Результат всегда бывает очень плачевным. И мы знаем, что такое происходит в рамках всей системы ООН, не только... И я бы не хотел, чтобы ESCAP повторяла такой негодный порядок действий. Посмотрите, как сформирована программа работы. времени на согласование большого количества решений у нас оказалось совершенно недостаточно. Ну давайте прямо скажем, а что, нельзя было предусмотреть, что существенно значимые итоги комитета потребуют достаточного времени? Круглые столы, панельные дискуссии – это все прекрасно. А вот на существенно значимые, имеющие практическое значение решения, у нас почему-то нет времени с переводом. Я совершенно официально заявляю, что мы абсолютно не принимаем предлагаемых формулировок секретариата. Давайте прямо говорить, секретариат не имеет никакого права голоса в решении подобного рода вопросов. Могу я поинтересоваться, это что за формулировка? We have to continue to adopt. Who has to continue to adopt? We are member states. We are the United Nations. Так, чтобы было понятнее, я сказал на английском языке. Это первое. Или второе, или третье, как хотите. Возвращаемся к программе работы. Только что закончился комитет по социальным вопросам. На прошлой неделе. Там было одно решение. Одно. Сколько времени отдел по социальным вопросам выделил на рассмотрение и утверждение доклада о работе комитета? 3 часа. 3 часа. Сколько нашей программы работы Комитета по окружающей среде выделено на утверждение и принятие доклада? 1,5 часа. При том количестве решений, которое запрограммировано в работу комитета. А теперь мы пытаемся найти пожарные варианты исправления ситуации. Значит, секретариату надо было запланировать большее количество переводчиков, которые бы могли подготовить итоговый доклад в срок. Но это задача секретариата – предусмотреть необходимые переводческие ресурсы. Это не критика в адрес, собственно, отдела документационного и конференционного обслуживания. В русском языке есть пословица. Я не знаю, ее будет очень тяжело перевести. Но переводчики у нас хорошие, может быть, они попытаются это перевести. Не будите лихо, пока оно тихо. Wow. Okay. At least it is understandable. Я абсолютно серьезно вам говорю, что если такое произойдет, это будет предметом для специального разговора не только на уровне Комитета постоянных представителей, это будет предметом специального разговора на самой комиссии о нарушении правил процедуры в рамках работы основных органов конференционной структуры комиссии. Мне думается, нам не следует до этого доходить. Мы можем предусмотреть время не только завтра с утра, но мы можем предусмотреть завтра время и после обеда за счет того времени, которое выделено на подготовку итогового доклада. Спасибо.
Thank you, Russian Federation. My advice is that we continue until when the interpretation cuts off, then we'll stop there. Would that be agreeable? Thank you. We still have before us this draft text, and there was a clarification made by Indonesia to the United States. India was having a question earlier. I was wondering whether there was sufficiently provided for by the Secretariat in terms of that clarification.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, it is now clear that this is a commitment and not a contribution, and that completely changes the dynamics. We would need to very well understand what we are committing. So,
thank you, India. Russian Federation. Point of order.
Ну, меня вынуждает ситуация. Но посмотрите на будки. Английская, французская, китайская. Что у нас с русской будкой? Ну, товарищи, так... У нас есть перевод на русский? Я бы хотел услышать, имеется ли у нас русский перевод. Насколько я понимаю, переводчики указывают на то, что что-то происходит неправильное.
There is a Russian interpretation I could hear. UK, please help me, bail me out from this difficult situation.
Thank you, Chair. Clearly, there has been some misplanning in interpreter time, and a strong objection has been lodged, and it seems odd that we might try and continue in this manner longer than we already have done. Surely there is a way in which we can have this conversation tomorrow with interpretation. We can arrange that this afternoon. And then if it means the report publication, including the translation of the report, has to be pushed back later in the day, then so be it. And we should plan for the report publication to be pushed back later in the day with the interpretation and translations required, perhaps.
Thank you, UK. Is that a benediction for closure or? Secretary.
Thank you very much. Currently, we do not have interpreters available for tomorrow morning's session. We are reviewing what the feasibility is and what the availability is. But at this point, there is no interpretation scheduled for tomorrow morning.
Russian Federation, you have the floor, sir.
Ну и плохо, что нет переводчиков. Или я сказал что-то на языке, который теперь уже непонятен присутствующим. Так я понимаю? Значит, я... Taking into account the kind of extraordinarity of the situation, because I clearly understand that the interpreters, they have to abide by the superiors to leave the booth. Okay, that's what I respect. I've been interpreting in my life a lot of times. I understand the difficulty of the job, by the way. I can confess. Secondly, I would like to express my gratitude to quite a constructive, at least it seemed to me constructive, proposal by the delegation of UK. We can extend the working hours tomorrow, if I correctly understood actually the proposal. So then we can actually agree that we extend working hours tomorrow. And let's sleep over the so-called crisis. And during this time, Secretariat could actually exercise emergency management measures. With that, I believe that the only possible decision I would be expecting in my capacity as the member of the delegation of the Russian Federation, that the work will be adjourned and the constructive proposal suggested by the delegation of UK would be implemented. Thank you.
Thank you. Proposal is noted, and can I just ask for a 10 minutes recess before a decision is made for this evening? Japan?
I mean, for the remaining decisions, and if we do not solve, it's not ideal to deal with fixing text of decisions on the final day of adopting it, right? But this proposal to use the silence procedure methodologies we do for the commissions, I mean, can we kind of deal with the remaining decisions in that manner at all? Is that option not at all available? And the adoption, the report can sort of be done in that manner?
Thank you, Japan. Now, that's one option. I will just take a 10 minutes recess so that the Secretariat can sort this out. Thank you.
Distinguished delegates, we will resume the session right now. Thank you for please taking your seats. Thank you.
Distinguished delegates, can we resume the session? I've been advised that we can go for 1 hour. And in going forward, if I can make this proposal on behalf of the proponents of this current draft that is before us in terms of the ocean-based climate action, which is now been sort of recommended. If we can withdraw this for now, be considered in other processes like the other within the ESCAP process, and let's deliberate on the remaining decisions to enable us, to complete for a decision tomorrow. Russian Federation, you have the floor, sir.
Спасибо, господин председатель. Для четкого понимания, проект рекомендаций 2 снимается.
That's the chair's recommendation.
Спасибо. Принято.
If there's no objection, let's proceed with that. Indonesia.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Sorry to forgot to flag our template. I do understand that the difficulty to perhaps digest this paragraph right now, and there's some technical difficulties. I will follow your suggestion, Chair, to actually withdraw this decision. Again, if I may, what we try to do in this paragraph is actually just to take note that there is a process in regard to this initiative. But again, the process of this initiative is ongoing, of course, and I hope to seek consideration for all the committee and the member state that will perhaps discuss in later on. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia, for your understanding and support. So can we move on to the next decision? Decision 7. The Committee on Environment and Development requests the Secretariat to strengthen regional dialogues on oceans by replacing the Asia-Pacific Day for the Ocean with an Asia-Pacific Ocean Forum to be convened every 2 years as a participatory platform for multi-stakeholder dialogue as a means, A, to follow up on the outcomes of the United Nations Conference to support the implementation of Sustainable Development Goal 14, conserve and sustainably use the oceans, seas, and marine resources for sustainable development. B, to review the implementation of regional initiatives on ocean-based climate action. And C, to consider other relevant regional actions as appropriate, subject to the availability of resources. Would any delegation take a view on this particular proposal? Russian Federation, you have the floor.
Спасибо, господин председатель. Мы не хотим терять время. Я не увидел других флагов. У нас есть очень серьезные оговорки и возражения против этого решения. У меня есть целый ряд объяснений, почему это решение мы не считаем возможным принимать. Но с учетом фактора времени ограничусь главным. То, что предлагает это решение, это создание нового органа конференционной структуры. Порядок действий создания конференционных органов хорошо известен. Это обзор конференционной структуры. Поэтому мы не можем поддержать принятие этого решения. Максимум, что может быть сделано, мы можем полностью перестроить это решение, сделав акцент на продолжение проведения Asia Pacific Day for the Ocean, на продолжение проведения и укрепление его субстантивного наполнения вот то, что можно сделать. Я мог бы предложить язык, но это должно быть предметом для общего обсуждения. Спасибо.
Thank you, Russian Federation, for your proposal. And now can I give the floor to India?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And we do believe that we don't have enough information about the new forum that was there in the original text, and that we were trying to establish. We also do not understand why this has to be done by a decision and why not through a resolution of the Commission, because this is something which is sensitive. This is something which requires more engagement, not just technical experts, but also decision-making at a higher level in most of our systems. So if we have to establish a new forum under UN ESCAP on ocean, it must be done after due diligence and deliberation, and preferably through a resolution which can be discussed and adopted by all delegations here. Thank you.
Thank you. India, Iran, can I give you the floor, sir?
Many thanks, Mr. Chair. We fully support the position expressed by distinguished delegate of Russia, because the procedural matters, and from the perspective of procedural matters, we fully agree with the deletion of this paragraph, and maximum flexibility would be the insertion given by distinguished delegate of Russia. Thank you.
Thank you, Iran. Japan, can I give you the floor, ma'am? Thank you.
Thank you for the floor. We've also fully agree with the comments expressed by the other delegates. We felt that we really didn't have enough information on the basis of this proposal. It just seems to be coming out of nowhere. We didn't really see an establishment of a need beforehand in terms of really kind of getting the member states on board. So at minimum, this would have to be subject to discussions at ACPR or some sort of guidance providing mechanism, but we don't really see that in the ACPR schedule either. So we really feel like we're in a vacuum. We do not feel very warm to this decision. Thank you. Just to say, we are open to explore ways to promote discussions, but with the text that we have at hand, unless there is some sort of reference to ACPR discussions, et cetera, we cannot really see this decision going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. The discussions is converging onto an understanding that there needs to be further discussions. The difficulties of creating other structures. So the proposals that have been put forward is on the screen now. Can you see if that is acceptable to delegations? Just a suggestion from the chair, there appears to be two strengthen regional dialogues, two strengthening, or probably the secretariat to continue to hold regional dialogues and to strengthen. Would that be positive to the distinguished delegations? Japan? Can I give you the floor, ma'am?
Thank you. We're just not sure what we mean by strengthening its substantive content. Again, we just need to, I think before that, we need to establish the need for changing the Asia-Pacific Day of the Ocean. So if we were to be negotiating text, I mean, I have proposals, but I would put a bracket on strengthening its substantive content part. I mean, I would rather have something like the Committee on Environment and Development requests the Secretary within existing mandate and resources as appropriate and subject to review by ACPR as per its terms of reference to explore ways to promote regional dialogues on oceans. I mean, that's just one example, but we would.
Is there a suggested text?
Yeah, well,
Japan?
this is one of the suggestions. I can work with this as a compromise, but just putting it out there.
Thank you, Japan.
And so can you, like, if we're negotiating text, you can strike out the Japan reference there, and we'll see where it goes.
Thank you, Japan. Russian Federation.
Спасибо, господин председатель. Я хотел бы подчеркнуть, как автор этой короткой поправки от имени российской делегации, что, конечно, мы не то, что называется в английском языке, поженились с этой формулировкой. Мы только предложили это в качестве компромисса. И мы полностью понимаем те соображения, которые были высказаны нашей коллегой Йошко из делегации Японии. Мы благодарны делегации Ирана, которая поддержала наш подход. Но мы можем, собственно говоря, как мне кажется, легко согласовать новую дополнительную формулировку на основе того, что предлагает наша коллега из делегации Японии. Проблем с нашей стороны нет. Спасибо.
Can I ask the Secretary to clean it whilst we go to the next decision, draft decision, and come back to this one, given the understanding that has been expressed around the room? Can we do that?
Let's just go to the next one. We'll come back to it.
We go to decision 8 now, then we'll come back to decision 7. Russian Federation.
Благодарю вас, господин председатель. Ну так-то зачем спешить? По-моему, делегация Японии практически уже дала формулировку. Давайте мы ее включим в решение и закончим работу с этим решением. Спасибо.
Thank you, Russian Federation. Japan, can I have your language, your text, please?
Well, just, I can give it, but is there tremendous enthusiasm to continue on with this or striking it out? We're actually quite neutral to even striking it out, but just wanted to hear others' views about enthusiasm on, because if we're just retaining the Asia-Pacific Day of Oceans, we don't really need a decision. So just wanted to hear other views on retaining this or not. I mean, I guess India has.
India, can I give you the floor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And since this reformulation is now going probably in the right direction, our suggestion would be to make it request the Secretariat to continue to hold the Asia-Pacific Day for Ocean and to suggest ways to further strengthen its substantive content, so that, you know, we have, whenever there is a possibility of discussion on the suggestions, we can discuss and see how we can strengthen regional dialogue around the issue of ocean. That's one way of going out. I mean, this is just a compromise, and better not put my country's name. I'm suggesting just to take the discussion forward if there is appetite in the room.
Thank you, India. Russian Federation.
Спасибо, господин председатель. Первое. Ответ на комментарий, высказанный делегацией Японии. Со стороны нашей делегации не будет проблем полностью убрать это решение. Только исходя из того, чтобы обеспечить максимальную гибкость в учете идей, которые были изначально внесены в проект решения, наша делегация предложила сохранить упоминание вопроса о дальнейшем продвижении Дня океанов. Но у нас нет проблем, чтобы полностью вычеркнуть это решение. Что касается языка, предложенного Индией, то должен сказать честно, с точки зрения правовой и процедурной, формулировка, предлагавшаяся делегацией Японии, более адекватна, на наш взгляд. Итого, мы не возражаем против вычеркивания этого решения полностью. Спасибо.
Thank you, Russian Federation, and I will ask Japan for her language, for her text.
Okay. Well, just to, responding to the new suggestions, suggest ways to further strengthen, I just want to alert to member states that would require a new process on how we want to strengthen. So it is additional work here that may be involved, and I don't know whether, again, we have capacity. My question on waters in general, and I would like the Secretariat to respond to this, is that the member states actively, decide to close the water division in the Secretariat. And does it really have the capacity to deliver on increased requests on water-related work? And to me, typically in most multilateral processes, it's a very heavy decision to decide to close a division. To resurrect it is even more work, because you have to justify why not so long ago decision needs to be reversed. So in a way, this kind of has a lot of loaded institutional implications, especially as we go into the conference structure review. So in a way, if we just here to request the Secretariat to continue to hold the Asia-Pacific Day, we already have that in prior decisions. You already have the mandate to do it. We do not need a new decision. So if we want to save time, that is one way of going forward. I just wanted to raise that implication and to ask the Secretariat whether, this in the absence of that division that we used to have, can you really do anything that's a reinforcement of that?
Thank you, Japan. If I can just add that without any decision, the Ocean Day continues, regardless. So the question is to members, do we need a decision? UK, please save me.
Oh dear. Just a generic question, like, can the Secretariat clarify what work besides the ocean-based climate action initiative that we just struck out in the other decision, what other ocean work is the Environment and Development Division doing already? Just as like a factual question, please. Because I understand the Water Division is gone, but like, does ocean now sit within Environment and Development? Please, teach me.
Secretary?
Yes, indeed. So based on resolution adopted in 2019, the resolution suggests to mention this Pacific Day for the ocean, and we have been organizing this annually. So the intention from the Secretariat is that while we are organizing this annually, this has been more like a commemorative event. So we wish to strengthen, as suggested by distinguished delegate from Russian Federation, its substance. In that regard, as one of a modality for strengthening, we were proposing Pacific Ocean Forum. But with the current arrangement, the current Pacific Day of Ocean, which has been mandated to us, with the current modality, we can also strengthen its substantive elements. Yeah, in that regard, so with the current existing resolution, we can continue to work on this Pacific Day for Ocean.
Thank you, Secretariat. Can then we remove this decision? I'm seeing nodding. Thank you. That's the way forward. Let's move to the next one. Decision 8. The Committee on Environment and Development welcomes the launch of the Sustainable Development Goals Localization Platform developed by the Secretariat in collaboration with the United Nations organizations, city networks, and national and international development partners, including the Asia-Pacific Localization Partnership for Sustainable Cities, as a medium for sharing best practices and exchanging knowledge on localization, voluntary local reviews, and local climate action, and invites the subnational authorities and local and municipal governments of members and associate members of the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, as well as development partners, to support and would any to support and utilize the platform. Russian Federation. Thank you, sir.
Спасибо, господин председатель. Некоторые редакционные, однако имеющие субстантивное значение, правка. Предлагаем вычеркнуть фразу, следующую фразу. In collaboration with United Nations organizations, city networks, national and international development partners, including the Asia-Pacific Localization Partnership for Sustainable Cities. Вычеркиваем. Мы также вычеркиваем завершающую фразу, предлагаем зачеркнуть, начиная со слов and invites. Вместо этого предлагаем следующее. And invites all interested parties to utilize it. Full stop. And then the committee also requests the Secretariat to maintain the functioning of the platform as appropriate. The committee also requests the Secretariat to continue to maintain the functioning of the platform as appropriate. Спасибо.
Thank you, Russian Federation. Any reactions from?
Comma before as appropriate.
India, I give you the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My original instructions were to replace welcomes to takes note of in the first line, and then to delete the phrase from and invites up to the end. I don't have any particular views on the suggestion that has come up from another delegation because we're seeing it for the first time. So yeah, that was my proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, India. Takes note. Iran, you have the floor. My friend, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question to distinguished delegate of Russia, why do we have the insertion of the last sentence? So what is the advantages of this added language at the end of this paragraph? So if we delete this one, so what would happen? If we keep this one, what would happen? And what are the possible advantages? Thank you.
Thank you, Iran. I guess that question is to the Russian delegation.
Спасибо, уважаемый господин председатель. Ну, воистину, хороший вопрос. Мы с радостью уберем это предложение. Единственная причина, по которой наша делегация предложила формулировку, которая нам представлялась бы более-менее приемлемой, она была озвучена. А причина состоит в том, что в проекте решения содержало указание и приглашение поддерживать работу платформы. Только поэтому мы предложили формулировку, которая звучит, что комитет также просит секретариат продолжать поддерживать платформу. Но мы с радостью готовы от нее отказаться, не проблема. Поэтому, если это будет приемлемо для всех делегаций, мы отзываем предложение, которое содержится в конце решения. Спасибо.
Thank you for that clarification, Russian delegation. Japan.
So we have a question to the Russian delegation. So you deleted in collaboration with blah, 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 blah. But I guess the platform has already been developed. It's kind of a factual statement. So what is the reasoning behind that deletion? That's question number one. So maybe you can answer and then I'll ask the other question.
Russian delegation, please.
Спасибо, господин председатель, и спасибо, дорогая коллега. Мне не хотелось уходить в этот уровень деталей, но если уж у нас тут пошла такая прачечная, и если у нас такая прачечная началась, если мы начинаем... Laundry, I'm trying to find a word like we are indeed engaging in laundering actually all those issues hidden somewhere. Во. Нам тоже мало что известно об этой платформе. И это секретариат ее создал. Кого они привлекали к этой работе? Кто вносит субстантивное наполнение платформы? Вообще-то говоря, это всегда предмет очень детального анализа делегациями. Поэтому, кстати сказать, мы вычеркнули упоминание тех структур, которые там указаны в качестве партнеров при создании платформы. Мы мало что о них знаем. Я понимаю сентимент делегации Индии, которая точно так же сказала, что им мало что известно об этой инициативе, поэтому максимум для них возможного – это не приветствовать эту инициативу, а принять к сведению. Вот что стоит, собственно говоря, за этим. Именно поэтому мы в конце предлагали сначала язык, что комитет предлагает секретариату продолжать поддерживать эту платформу, что означает деликатную форму под вашу ответственность, секретариат. Спасибо.
Thank you, Russia. Can I propose that we go ahead and delete that last part as a measure of moving forward to the next, given the time challenge that I'm facing as your chair? Can we do that? I'm seeing nodding, thank you. Let's move to the next decision, decision 9. The Committee on Environment and Development takes note of the Secretariat's proposal for strengthening regional cooperation on air quality management through the Regional Action Program on Air Pollution, expresses support for the ongoing coordination among multilateral and multi-stakeholder platforms, and the identification of technical and capacity needs, and invites members and associate members of the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific and development partners to support and utilize the Regional Action Program. Would any of our members have an issue or comment to make? Russian Federation, you have the floor, sir.
Спасибо, господин председатель. Какой бы вы хотели получить вариант комментария с российской делегации, от российской делегации? Короткий или с субстантивными объяснениями? Готов предоставить короткий вариант.
Give me the version that will take us through and adopt this text. Thank you. Thank you. Russian Federation.
10 секунд. Время пошло. 10 seconds. Мы предлагаем вычеркнуть это решение.
Thank you, Russian Federation. Any other views? United Kingdom.
Thank you, Chair, and sorry to prolong the conversation, but I will have to write back something a little bit more detailed as to why the decision was deleted if we do go through with the deletion. So maybe a 10-second short explanation as to why, please.
Thank you, UK. Russian Federation, can you give an explanation? Thank you.
Спасибо, уважаемый коллега. Вы мне сегодня очень много задали хороших вопросов и, кстати, сделали хороших предложений. I'm not kidding. Но вы меня просто вынуждаете называть вещи своими именами. О каких предложениях секретариата может идти речь в межгосударственном процессе? Это первое. Секретариат не является равноправным участником межгосударственного процесса в рамках системы ООН. Intergovernmental process. Зачем такие тексты писать? Committee takes note of the Secretariat proposal. What? Это первое. Но, может быть, есть что-то полезное в этом предложении? Ну, давайте предположим, что, наверное, там могло быть что-то полезное. Значит, надо было найти соответствующий язык, что полезного там есть. Ну, подождите, здесь только сказано proposal. A proposal. Какое? А какое предложение? Мы старались понять, о каком предложении идет речь. У нас есть предположение, о каком предложении идет речь. Но мы не готовы работать на основе предположений. Поэтому здесь очень серьезные несколько слоев субстантивных, а еще сверху целый слой вопросов процедурных. А еще сверху слой вопросов практического свойства. Поэтому мы предлагаем простое хирургическое решение. Вычеркнуть это решение. Если есть что-то полезное, в следующий раз секретариат найдет возможность предложения эти оформить надлежащим образом.
Thank you for the clarification, distinguished delegates. If there is no objection, may I propose that we delete? Work continues regardless. I'm seeing nodding. Thank you very much. Moving on. That takes us to the end of all decisions, the decisions that we've agreed to. The next session is to consider agenda item 5. Which we can take it up tomorrow morning? Tomorrow? Sorry. Apologies, not morning. Can we take it up? Can we take this item up now? It's just that our chair is not here. We're supposed to take up this item. Let me introduce agenda item 5. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we will now move to agenda item 5, other matters. It is my pleasure to report on behalf of the Bureau on the status of credentials of representatives of members to the 8th session of the Committee on Environment and Development in accordance with Rule 12 of the Rules of Procedure of the Commission. The Chair and Vice Chairs of the 78th session of the Commission examined the credentials of representatives of 31 member states, submitted in accordance with Rule 11 of the Rules of Procedure of the Commission and found them to be in order. The Bureau decided to defer any action on the credentials pertaining to the representatives of Myanmar at the 8th session of the Committee on Environment and Development, pending a decision by the General Assembly on the representation of Myanmar, and in line with the General Assembly Resolution 396 Roman numeral 10 of 14th December 1950, acknowledging the report of the Credentials Committee of the General Assembly at its 78th session. May I take it that it is the wish of the committee to take note of the report of the chair and vice chairs? Just another clarification, distinguished colleagues, on the second, third paragraph, the chair and vice chairs of the 31 of the 78th session of the committee.
No, of the 8th session of the Committee of Environment.
One member state, it goes on. And my question at the back is, may I take it, it's the wish of the committee to take note of the report of the chair and the vice chairs? So there's no objection, so it's adopted. Thank you very much. I will now request that distinguished delegates and others, if any other matters need to be discussed. Is there any delegates who wish to raise any issue? The floor is open. As I see none, I wish to conclude agenda item 5. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I thank you for your active engagements and deliberations today for all the agenda items. As the chair, I am pleased to inform you that the draft report of the 8th session of the Committee on Environment and Development will be considered tomorrow, Friday, 18th October 2024 at 1400 hours under agenda item 6, adoption of the report. I would now like to hand over to the Secretary of the committee for some announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you again to all delegates and stakeholders for an active day of the committee and for your patience. Tomorrow there are 2 special events scheduled in the morning and 2 side events during the lunch period. The first event is a consultative meeting for the Asia-Pacific Regional Support Initiative for implementing NDCs in urban areas, co-organized by ESCAP, the Government of Germany, the NDC Partnership, UN Habitat, UNDP, ICLE, and UCLG ASPAC, to be held in this conference room from 9 to 10:30. Event 2 is the engagement with member states and partners that is co-organized by various countries and partners, which you were invited to join from 10:30 until noon. Please note that the engagements are divided into 5 separate themes, and in meeting room A on climate action, room F on protecting the ocean, room G on cities for sustainable development, and room H on combating air pollution and environmental governance. You may see them on the screen or at the CED website. The 2 side events are in the afternoon from 12 o'clock till 1 o'clock, Action for Low Carbon Cities, New Paradigms of Energy Efficiency, Transportation, and Urban Infrastructure Planning, co-organized by ESCAP, the Government of Germany, the Embassy of India, GIZ, and UCLG ASPAC, to be held in meeting room G. From 1 o'clock until 2 o'clock, side event Enhancing Adaptive Capacities Through Water Cooperation, organized by ESCAP, the Government of Bangladesh, the Government of Tajikistan, and the Asia-Pacific Water Forum, to be held in meeting room H. Food and drinks will be served there as well. All committee participants are welcome to attend these events. Please be informed that the draft report of the committee will be available as soon as possible tomorrow morning. We hope by 11 a.m. in English, Chinese, French, and Russian languages. They will be posted on the committee website as soon as possible under the tab Agenda and Official Documents. Thank you all very much. Have a good evening, and we look forward to seeing you here tomorrow.
On your behalf, I declare the meeting adjourned. Thank you very much.